Hello, everybody. Hope everyone is all right. And let's make sure everything's okay here. So that's good for one side. Chat on this side. And you. Here we go. It's pretty good. We are waiting for some snow, as it's supposed to snow tomorrow into Monday. 10 to 15 centimeters, or about 5 inches, are going to fall on Montreal tomorrow. So our first real accumulation for the season. Let me have everything on EIBI space for the schedules and frequencies. And HF Underground. Check out the pirate activity. And Priam for anything that has to do with number stations. So M12CW in 2 hours. So long way to go before anything else is going to happen in the number station department. So here everything's on. Welcome. Hope everybody had a great week. And that things are great in your area. So welcome aboard, everybody. So we can start. Everything seems normal. Display capture is okay. I'll be talking a little bit about my new antenna. That's why the ICOM's working. I'm now back with a magnetic loop. The Shibo GA490 outdoor loop. So I'm going to talk about that a little bit. Show you what I got. It's working pretty well. Hey, Keegan DXer. We've been talking about you. Been missing you. Been a long time. Hope you're fine and everything's all right in your part of the world. And nice to have everybody here as usual. So, all right. Some people will probably be surprised with the time change. If you live in UTC time, it's fine because you know that the show's always at 20 hours universal time. But I'm pretty sure that some people are like, why did it start an hour early? Well, that's because we changed our clocks last week. And so 20 hours UTC is an hour earlier for those that changed their clocks back 1 hour. So now it's 3 p.m. Eastern rather than 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight that the show is. So it's by local time, it's an hour earlier. So that is going to here it goes. So things are going to get back to normal at some point. So I expect the first hour to be a little quieter than usual as people pick up during the show a little later. And okay, so hey, welcome aboard, everybody. This is the Shortwave Radio Live Show. We are here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. And we talk about radio, we share stories about radio, we answer questions about radio, we tune the bands. I'll be tuning the bands today with the SDR console software I'm going to be running here on my PC. the by HF Plus Discovery. So this is going to be what I'd be running as a SDR, and that's what I'll be sharing on screen from time to time, showing you guys the SDR. So this is going to be pretty cool. It's working fine now, and it is of course plugged in on that magnetic loop that I have. So this is what I'll be sharing a little later. I'll be sharing it on screen. So there we go. So okay, so you are at the live show. Let me take a beer up here, put myself in the radio mood. Cheers, everyone. So welcome aboard. This show's about radio, all kinds of radio. It doesn't have to be just shortwave. We do talk about other radio stuff, scanner radios, VHF, UHF range, long wave, very low frequencies, medium wave, all of it. It's radio in general. Even though we do have a focus on shortwave, we do have mostly anything radio goes here, including amateur radio. For those that don't know, I am Victor Echo 2 Zulu India, and I do work the bands from time to time. Actually, often at least a couple of times a week. I try to keep up with my ham radio stuff. There's a few stations I want to get. There's one here in Canada that's celebrating the Veterans Air Force Veterans Appreciation Month, and the station which is Victor Charlie 9 Charlie Alpha Foxtrot is operating, and they have a certificate actually, which is nice if you make contact with them. So I'm going to be chasing that station. It is run by by Canadian Air Force veterans and Canadian Army veterans that are not active anymore, but are retired. And it's in honor of all of the Canadian military. So this is kind of cool. It's this special event's going on throughout the month of November. So I'll be chasing that station today. Actually, let me bring out the clusters here. See if it would be there right now in some way. Victor Charlie 9. I will put it here. So did it operate today? VC9CAF. And it is. It was operating until 1700 UT today on 12 meters. So I missed that. 17 meant it was around noon. If I'd known, I would have tried it. So, and they were on 10 meters a little earlier. So we'll try that again. They seem to stop early in the day, many days that I've looked. So this is going to be something to check out, definitely, for me also. So my name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America. We have a beautiful chat room with wonderful people that are here. So this is great, and this is the place to be, where you can answer questions and have a good friendly conversation with others. This, I think, is the best group, the best radio group that you can have. Really, really nice people here. And when this is over, we have a Facebook group which has the same name as the channel, official SWL channel. And the Facebook group, which has more than 4,300 members right now. It's quite active. People sharing what they're listening to, radios they're purchasing, things like that. Why not join in and participate and enjoy radio and see what others are listening to at the same time, and maybe get an idea. And of course, people ask questions and all of that. So it's a great place once again for help when needed. So welcome aboard, everybody. It's really nice. Don't forget that you can help out if you wish through the super chat here. There's a super chat button where you could actually give a little something, which is much appreciated and really helps a lot on maintaining this channel. And of course, the pizza fund and cat treats through PayPal that can be sent either to the official shortwave radio at gmail.com, which does work also, or the email that I just put here, the Yahoo email, and you can send me a little something. It is much appreciated. Any amount helps, and it definitely is a great way of helping me out, so we can continue and change the equipment and buy new loop antennas when the other one breaks down, and so on. So thanks for all the donations, and all of those that donate, don't forget that you will be in the drawing for the 2 Canadian International DX Club memberships at Christmas, and Santa will have a surprise box also. So that surprise box will also be in the drawing for anybody that has donated since the last time we did the drawing for the memberships, which was somewhere in, I think it's September or late September. I'm trying to remember when. So anyways, they'll all be in there, and their name will be in the hat when we'll be picking up a name in there at the Christmas show. Coming up pretty faster than we can think about. I can tell you that. All right, Mike B, nice to have you on board from Bayfield, Colorado. Oleg, something I was wondering about. I know there are stations outside your target, some good in winter while other on summer. But my question this time is about station that target a location. Is there a station that work better in winter versus summer, or opposite? Same question as last, but focus to your target. Usually what happens is when a station is really sending their programs to your target area, they will always try to choose the best frequency for both winter and summer. So technically, if they choose wisely, it's supposed to be as good in the winter as it is in the summer. So it will be a different frequency, but it should be as good normally. They should both be great frequencies if they are well chosen. Unfortunately, it's a little, it's part of the guessing of what frequency to use goes with, solar activity and so on. And of course, the distance between you and the station. So there's a lot of, guessing going on at the same time as using knowledge of what frequency would be the best. So there is definitely a part of it is hoping that things are going to be the way we think with propagation. But technically, when a radio station broadcasts to your area, it should be as good. It should be as good in winter and summer when they're broadcasting to your target area. And yeah, absolutely, Oleg. There are some Hebrew language broadcasts. Actually, if I look at EIBI here, Hebrew, HB, or I don't know what is their abbreviation of Hebrew in on EIBI space language. But there's a few stations that I know are broadcasting in Hebrew language on shortwave. Not a lot, but there's a few of them that I know of. I just don't remember what what abbreviation to use for that language in the EIVS space. But you can look at, there are some, so here, let me check another website here I'm going to go to. Shortwave Live. Shortwave.live. And I think isn't there a language? You can choose to broadcast in a specific language. Language, any. Okay, here we go. A language. Language Hebrew. Okay, and any. Fine. Well, okay, yeah. There's I'll just do this. So Radio Romania as Hebrew, Voice of the Islamic Republic of Iran as Hebrew also. So these two stations, it seems there's two stations. The Voice of the Islamic Republic of Iran does have Hebrew to the Middle East, and Radio Romania are two of them from what I see here. So, yep, definitely. Bobby Burgess, Master Players Radio and Television. Nice to have you here. WA5107 SWL in Morgan City, Louisiana. For those that are members of the CIDX Club, the bulletin will possibly come out by tomorrow, Sunday, if all goes well. There are still a few things that Sheldon needed to complete. My utility column was sent on Monday, so I think he had pretty much all the columns. There's just missing a few little things to complete it. So I guess by the end of the weekend, it should be out by tomorrow, Sunday. Richard Wagner, nice to have you here from Northeast Illinois, WA93002 SWL. 9302 SWL, yeah. I thought there was one too many numbers in there. Nice to have you here, Richard. Idaho Head, nice to have you here. Beautiful day in North Idaho. WRMI was very strong here this week. Yeah, we had a lot of disturbances this week. There's this crazy sunspot that's been flaring a lot, and I don't think it's over. There's going to be more flares on that sunspot, which is very weird. And it created a lot of disturbance in the propagation this week. RJ Dakota, nice to have you here from Wentzville, Missouri. WA0113WL. Nice, if not a little cool day. Megan, nice to have you here from Colorado. Keegan DXer, it's a pleasure to have you back. We have been a little worried and hope that you are okay. And Kavira, nice to have you here. Bonjour et bienvenue de Nantes, en France. C'est un plaisir de t'avoir parmi nous. Nice to have you on board. Brian Leisner, nice to have you here. Winston Garcia, nice to have you on board. Jenna Slash, nice to have you here from Belarus. Pretty cool. Gina, nice to have you here. Craig Martinetti from Ontario, Canada. Darren Rogers, nice to have you here from Long Island, New York. Keegan DXer says a freeze warning for parts of northwest Arkansas. We had our first freeze this week, our first official freeze. And which is much later than usual. Usually we have our first freeze somewhere not mid-October, but this time around it was much later than usual. J Projects, nice to have you here. The Rorax, nice to have you on board. Yeah, review's coming soon, probably on Monday, and Monday or Tuesday I'll have that review on the new loop and talk about its advantages. It has a few advantages that are interesting compared to the MLA30, and including that it has a connector on both the antenna box, the amplifier, and by ST, which means that you don't have to open it. If you want to change that coax, you can change that coax. All you need is a coax that will have at each end the proper connector. So you can actually easily change the coax for something else. And something better, see if it improves and lowers the amount of noise. One thing that is a problem is the amount of noise. Now, is it the amount of noise picked up by the wire that comes from the antenna outside up to here in the office? Is it the antenna itself where it's positioned? And that I will be able to answer by changing it with a good coax and see if the noise is lower. And actually, I saw something that I'm interested in checking out for those that are not very, tech savvy, or they're not very, playing around with cables and stuff and soldering and so on. I saw a high quality coax fitted already with SMA connectors at each end, and they're rated to be pretty high quality, well shielded. So I am tempted that maybe I will buy a certain length of that and compare it. If I change that coax, the cable that comes in right now, with that higher quality cable, see if it's better. It would be a straightforward just buy that cable and it's better. So this is something I will test for you guys once again. So this is something I'm probably going to purchase this week to see. And if not, I will probably be trying out maybe doing my own little coax myself. And with some cable that I do have some cable here that is unused that I could actually use. There's actually something on the balcony right now that I don't use at all. And I was thinking, well, maybe I could change the connector on it and use that. So all of that is going to be something I'm going to be checking out for sure. And Kavira put ferrite beads on the MLA30 Plus. Yeah. Remember that it could maybe, but remember that it's an amplified antenna. So what's coming out of the amplifier to the radio is an amplified signal. So it's not like a straightforward antenna. But anyways, let us know the results. Don Royal, nice to have you here from Sun City, Arizona. Nice to have you on board. And well, I guess you mean the progress with the antenna that I installed. So the antenna seems to work well. It seems as good as my MLA30 was before. It's a wider band antenna, so it's capable of going to 280 megahertz. I have not switched off the VHF portion because I had a K180 WLA first generation, and that one did not have a way to switch off the amplifier. So what happened is that the FM breakthrough, because we got some really, really powerful FM stations here, was so bad that it was unusable on shortwave. I had too much breakthrough on the FM. This one, I haven't switched off because I know that if you open it, there's a way to turn on and off the VHF portion, which means that you can keep just listening, keep it just for shortwave. Even though I see a little bit of breakthrough of FM on the display of my SDR at certain frequencies, it ain't a problem that it's big enough that I want to turn it off. I kind of wanted to keep working as a VHF antenna and be able to use it on, like on my SDR, which is capable of going into VHF. So now the problem with that is that I realized that I might have, when I purchased my Streetsburg multicoupler, I purchased the one that was good from 0 to 30 megahertz. But they had a wideband one that would go up to a gigahertz, and I didn't get that because I was thinking, well, I'll be using an MLA30 on it, which is just a HF antenna, not thinking that at some point maybe I'd have an antenna that was wider in frequency So which means that if I want to use the VHF portion, I have to disconnect it from the multicoupler and plug it directly to the radio I'll be using, because the multicoupler can't handle above 30 megahertz. So this is also something that like, okay, well, I'll have to do that, but so I'll maybe what I'll do is put a small antenna switch, and so that I don't have to always play with the wires. And with the antenna switch, well, I put it to the multicoupler for HF, and I put it to the radio, whatever radio I want to listen to when I want to listen to above 30 megahertz on that loop. I don't quite. So the this is an antenna that it resembles an old model, which is the K180 WLA, but it seems interesting, and it comes with all the cables you need. So that also is a very interesting part with compared to the MLA30, is that it comes with all the different connectors depending on what you'll be connecting it to, even a portable radio. So this is nice because you don't have to worry about buying that extra cable for your portable radio if you want to listen with that antenna. Winston Garcia. I'm Winston from Stockholm. In a previous live show, you mentioned about your dream of running your high school project. Maybe I have a solution for you. Okay. Do you know that there are external floppy readers that... Yeah, I know that there are some external floppies. I do have a 3.5-inch external floppy. I would need to have some kind of 5.25-inch external floppy to read that disk. That is a possibility, definitely, but I'd have to also find maybe in DOSBox. I think with DOSBox, maybe I could have it running in there. Yeah, that could be something I could check out. I wonder, my biggest surprise, I think, would be, is that disk still readable? Can I still, stick that 5.25-inch disk, which is, like, we're in what, 2025? So that is 40 years old. I did that in 1985-ish. So is that 40-year-old 5.25-inch disc still going to be read by a floppy? That will be the interesting experiment. Yeah, I'll check that out. Yeah. I remember seeing 3.5-inch floppies via USB, but I've never. Let me check here. 5.25 disk USB floppy disk. So here is there. Yeah, there's one here. Huh. Or it would be to find the other thing would be to find take an adapter, USB adapter, and find an old floppy drive. Plug it on that. Yeah, I'll be checking that out. See, I'd be curious mostly to see if it works. I'll be checking that out. I'll be checking that out. Okay, old technology. It's kind of cool. Okay, what else do we have? Let me just go down here a little bit and go back up. So I'm 20 minutes behind. I'm going to try to catch up a little. We got some questions. Somebody sent a question, a list of questions that maybe we could go through. That person did also mention that it might be useful for a lot of people to go through some of the basics sometimes. There's a lot of things to learn, and there's that learning curve of shortwave radio is definitely there. So um, then what do we have? Trustin, nice to have you here from Newfoundland. Robert Varner, nice to have you here from New Jersey. KC2TEL. A Volp, where's the cat? Sleeping in the bedroom, sleeping like a little baby. Trick Schreiber, nice to have you on board from South Texas and 5KVO. Paul Stringer, nice to have you here from St. Catharines. And says you're early. Well, you're in UTC time. I'm not. It's the fact that it seems early is because of the time change. Because in UTC, it's still 20 hours UTC, and if you live in Universal time, it's the same time. Keegan says, I'm sorry to say that my sister passed away in her sleep on September 16th. She had been sick a few days after the start of September. She had been better for a weekend, but got sick again. Wow. So sorry to hear that, Keegan. Man. Hope that, my deepest condolences, and man, take care of yourself, and don't forget that you have friends here. And wow. It's just crazy. Take it easy, man. I'm going to tell you that. Ian Southward, nice to have you on board from the UK. Blogger die. Oh, HE for Hebrew. Okay. Well, that's a tough one to search because there's HE. HE is everywhere and everything. And words. If I put just HE, it's going to bring me so many things, probably. Yeah, 138, because there's a lot of stuff that are, yeah. One thing that I want to mention is the fact that we might be losing Deutsche Welle. The German broadcaster would be leaving shortwave if things go the way they are going. By the end of this year. So there's not a lot of Deutsche Welle broadcasts anymore on shortwave, but what's left would be going away by the end of this year from Deutsche Welle. Madrid DXer M7EIW, nice to have you here, John. Idaho Head, nice to have you here. What else do we have? Henrietta Guy, K6PSM, nice to have you on board from San Diego. It all depends, Master Players Radio. It all depends on the relation you have with these people. It's for some, it's just tough to lose a friend. Some, it's family members. It all depends on, really depends on how the relation is between these people. Ian Southward, can I just say that way back in the end of the 60s, 70s, I was introduced to shortwave listening by G8CTE, who left us a long time ago, but I joined the Royal Air Force as a telegraphist and loved it, still do. Cool, cool. That's really cool. So how do you weather seal the coax on the LNA? Well, usually what I do, so it's supposed to be okay the way it is, but sometimes what I would do is simply use some tape and just, nothing fancy. It's supposed to be okay the way it is. So technically, I have nothing to do. But there are some sealant. You can buy some sealant, that waterproof sealant that could be used also. That's something I was thinking about. One thing that I did, a simple one, I used 1 year to give you an idea in the backyard when I was using my end-fed antenna. I had a balun that wasn't meant to be outdoors. It was meant to be inside, and it was not weatherproof, so the water could seep in. But I couldn't have it set up inside. So what I did one year is actually put that balun outside, and I actually put over the balun and part of the antenna a Ziploc bag, and that kept it totally dry all year. As long as the Ziploc bag was well zipped, was well shut, water never seeped in, so it was okay. It worked well. It was a little something that I found was kind of cool. It was like an easy, prevent the water from getting into it kind of thing. And the next year, then I changed it for one that had that was sealed, but that worked really well, and I could see putting some kind of a Ziploc over the amplifier's box, and that would actually lower the amount of, or the chance of having it, get wet and have water seep in. But there are compounds out there that you can use, and I'm not that fussy about that kind of thing on things that are supposed to already be okay. When it does say that it's not weatherproof, then I might use some sort of sealant and put some all over the connectors and the places where I see that water would maybe get into it. And Kavira, are you familiar with antennas from Bonito? Can you recommend any of those for indoor use? I have heard a lot about those antennas, the Bonito antennas. Unfortunately, I have zero experience personally with them, and this is, so I can't recommend. Maybe somebody that has one and that loves it and says, I use it all the time and it's great, could recommend. But personally, I can't really recommend one. 210, nice to have you here. Passing by and leaving a like. Thank you so much. Fred Waterer, nice to have you on board. Force of habit, I almost waited until 4 p.m. Yep. It happened to me, I think it's not last year, the year before. My first live show of the time change, I completely had forgotten that it was an hour. I don't remember if I think it was in the winter time change. I completely forgot it was an hour earlier. I was actually waiting until 4 p.m. to start it. So it happens to all the best of us. And that little time change here is like, okay, now you got to think a little harder. What UTC time is it? Because now with that time change, it's 5 hours. You got to remember that it's 5 hours difference here in the East Coast. So, Blackadai says there are FM bandstop filters with coax connectors. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But the problem is that in a magnetic loop, the overload happens in the amplifier in the box outside. So those would not work because that would still have all of the FM creeping in the HF band. So these would work if your radio is overloaded by FM, by an outdoor antenna. That would work fine. But in a magnetic loop like that has the amplifier box right there outside where the loop is, those would not work since the overload happens within the amplifier outside. And so there's all sorts of things you can use, also like silicone, all sorts of things like that. I have some silicone here, and I got a silicone tube here. I could use that to seal it also. Let me try to get back down here. So Kamikaze 76, nice to have you here. What else do we have? Okay, let's go down. J. Watterson 69, nice to have you here. Fred Wire, Roderer, 3.5-inch floppies weren't very floppy. No, those were not as floppy as the 5.25-inch. Those were much more floppy. So Blogger Day has Radio Romania, good in Spanish, on 9500. Brian Leisner, is it me or is reception abysmal the last couple of days located in Philadelphia, PA? We had a lot of geomagnetic activity in the last few days because there's a big sunspot. This is where it's interesting to follow a website like spaceweather.com to see what the conditions are like. If you see that they're talking a lot about, we're being into geomagnetic storms, or there's a lot of solar flares going on. It gives you an idea of why maybe conditions aren't that great, but they're not been great in the past few days because of that. Solar activity has been. There's a very complex sunspot right now that is flaring a lot. So going to be interesting to see what happens this week. Fred Water, when I read my spectrum monitor column, I try to keep in mind that my readers may have 50 years of experience in the hobby and others none at all. Yeah, it is important. It is totally important to do that because not everybody knows what you mean when you do something and when you talk about something. And it is you got to try to find that way of explaining stuff so that everybody will be happy, and that people will understand what you're trying to say also. Marvin Mutz, nice to have you on board from a refugee in the Japan Islands. Nice to have you here, Marvin Mutz. Brian Leisner, Silicon Cult. Yep, absolutely. Silicon is great. Nick Amendo, nice to have you here from Romania. And Brian Leisner says, almost caught me. I was ready to join at 4. Yeah, that's what I was figuring out. Michael Moore, nice to have you here from Arizona. James Farley, have you thought about getting a tiny VNA to check out the response of your antennas? The problem with, like on standard antennas, they work well. But these don't work on amplified magnetic loops because the output is an output from an amplifier, not a output direct from an antenna. So these would be great for like checking out my end-fed antenna, for example, in the backyard. So I received this week 2 things. I'll be setting up a second antenna and a second end-fed, but of a different length. So my end-fed antenna right now, with the length that it has, I'm using a 49-to-1 balun. And I've received also a 69-to-1 balun. And from what I understand, I have to put a longer wire on that one for so it matches with the amateur radio bands. So I want to try that because I think that when I put a wire to the east side of the backyard, it will be much longer. Much longer. It has a lot more of backyard to go through than the one that I'm using that's pointing northeast. So this is going to be something I'll be checking out and putting up the 69-to-1 balun on that one and see the difference, see if it works well. Hopefully, try to get maybe different areas. It's interesting because one of the very interesting aspects of having FT8 mode and going to a website like PSK Reporter is that it gives you a fairly good idea of how well your antenna works at different areas around the world. What I noticed here with my end-fed right now is that I hit Europe and Asia real well, but I do seem to have a hard time reaching South America and Africa. So it seems like there's almost a pattern. It's better in certain directions than others. So I'm hoping that maybe by adding that second antenna, there could be something. Hey, Keegan DXer, 73. You take care of yourself, and don't forget that your friends are here, and do take the time to go through all of it, because it's something that requires you to take some time for yourself. And so, but we're very happy to have you here today, Keegan. So have a good nap. So yeah, and so anyways, that's what I'm going to be checking out with the antennas, the Balun, the two different types of Balun, and seeing what I can, if I can see a change or a different pattern when I'm transmitting with my ham gear. So ham gear is still in the kitchen. That's why you don't see the screen of the Yaesu here. I'll bring it back at some point, but for now it's find it interesting to operate a little from the kitchen and play around with that. It kind of feels different. But I'll probably by next week, I wouldn't be surprised that by next week the radio will be back here and operating. So hopefully this is going to be something interesting to look at. And maybe I don't know, I'll see what I can do to maybe put an antenna switch in the back. If I don't put it here, because the antenna switch here is going to be tough, because I would have to bring two very long wires here. So I was thinking of having the wires go into the kitchen, and the just next to the door, on the wall, maybe just below the window, put the antenna switch. And even though it wouldn't be here, but at least it's still something. It's not far. All I would have to do if I want to switch antennas would be just to go in the kitchen, turn that antenna switch, and then I'd be on the other antenna and see what happens. Because if I have to do it here, which means I would have to pass another 75 feet of coax outside through the window, and I don't want to do that. One is enough. So by doing that, I could manage to have just the wires go into the kitchen under the door, and have this antenna switch in the kitchen, and that would work fine. So I'm going to check that out, and I'll be able to have two antennas on the Yaesu and test that out at the same time. So this is something I want to check out. So a few things that I want to look at. There's, like I said, the coax of the loop, magnetic loop. Now we're going to have snow tomorrow, so this is actually a little game changer. It's something that, it makes it a little more complicated. Maybe that, but at this time of year, early November, I expect that snow is going to melt, and it's going to. I should have, before we get to the real dead of winter. I think we probably have a couple of weeks of possible trying of different things with that loop outside and see how it works. So, and it's crazy. I was looking at the price on Amazon, and it's like all up and down. The Amazon price that I paid for the GA490 was about 55 Canadian dollars. And when I click the same link that I purchased it on, it brings me to an antenna that now is sold $118. which is like, what? And it's the same link, the same seller. But now it's 118. So this is like, what? And there's all of these crazy prices when I look at Amazon. There's one which is the same freaking thing that goes all the way up to $300. It's like, come on. What is that? This is so weird. So be careful when you buy one of those, because I mean, yeah, at $57, I'm okay with that, but 120 and up, no, that's kind of way too expensive. So I don't know if the Amazon US, you guys because I've noticed that when I go to Amazon, I'll do it here, Amazon.com. So it brings me to the US, and so stay on US Amazon. Okay, and let me just put the same thing here. GA490 antenna. What price does it go to? So GA490. So you guys have it in stock for $55 US. $55.99. So there's a couple of places and they're selling at $55.99. And this is what I have. So this is actually what I purchased, just to give you guys the link if you want to see what I have as an antenna, which is working fine. Oh, way too long. Okay, I can't share it because the URL is way too long. So let me find a I'm going to try to find a quick URL shortener. Okay, so if I look here, URL shortener, free. There we go. Tiny URL. Accept. Okay. Put this here. Shorten URL. Copy. So this is supposed to work. Let me check it out. If it does. Yeah, okay. Here's the shortened URL for those that this is going to bring you to the Amazon link. According to Microsoft Shopping, it says that it's 20% lower than normal at $55 US. So this is what I got and this one is brand Guzizu, which is weird. So I don't know. So if we look at just to give you an idea, I'll do the display capture. And so this is the antenna, and it has all of this. It has this is the antenna amplifier that goes outdoor, the SMA connector at the bottom. This is the bias T box here, and it contains a internal battery that recharges. So if there's a power outage, or if you want to have it portable, you can just bring it like that, and it will work for a while when the battery's charged. Comes with these metal attachments for the antenna, even the little PVC, white PVC pipes to actually put it up. It's got everything you need to set it up, actually. Adapters, the cable for portable radios, one with a BNC connector, of course the long cable for putting it outdoors and having it come inside. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty neat. Honestly, I'm very very happy with it. And at 55, I would say that that's a reasonable price, I guess, to have that antenna. It's interesting, the K180 WLA Seems a little more expensive when you look at that. So, you know, that's the stuff that 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 I have for my outdoor antenna loop right now, and it seems to be very good right now. So what else? Jim Gordon, nice to have you on board. I got cut out by the time change. It is mild up here and dark by 1700 UT. Nice to have you here. Gary24 fan, nice to have you on board, watching as usual from Fort Fairfield, Maine. Keeping warm by drinking a sombrero. Cool. 54 Cal, nice to have you here from Northwest Pennsylvania. London 19657, welcome aboard. Blogger as KBS from Ascension Island in French until 21 UT, which it ends in a few seconds on 9655. And Paul and Vermont, nice to have you here. Yeah, 7610 Oleg is known to be it's known to be I don't know if it's still that. There was the station, they call it Radio Ranging Kaman, which is in Farsi. It's from transmitted from Uzbekistan. So there's that, and you could also, that's what's on 7610. Should be, but that not at this time though. But you're hearing something on 7610. That's interesting. There could be something else. There was for a while the Afghan television thing that was broadcast, but I haven't seen any reports of that one for a while. What else do we have? Fred Water, if you are going to use four-letter words like snow, I am reporting you to YouTube. Yeah, we'll have 5 inches of that four-letter word in Montreal tomorrow. 4 to 5 inches. Rick Myers, nice to have you on board. KO4OSA, another ISS Slow Scan TV event coming November 12th, 7:30 UTC until November 19th. So that will be something to look for once again. Oh yeah, I can't believe the difference in price, like in from day to day and week to week. It's just like I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. I mean, it is in Canada. It is literally double what I paid. I'm actually glad I purchased it when I did, because dang, that would have been something. So yeah, conditions might be better today. I didn't check the indices. If I look at space weather right now, K index at this time is 3, so it's not the best, but it's better than yesterday. So hopefully, and solar flux 166. So this is something to look at for propagation today. What else do we have? Jim Gordon, my condolences over the price difference between Canada and the US. Even worse is the price difference for booze between Scotland and England. In Scotland, it can be up to 67% more. Yeah, it's like people going to France and coming here to Quebec with the same bottle of wine. They get a big shock, where in France it's so much cheaper than what we have in Quebec, because here we have a lot of taxes on alcohol. Jamal DX, welcome aboard. Where are you from, my friend? Let us know. I'd zero beat that. Nice to have you here from Scotland. The Dutchman 996. Just bought an XH Data D808. Really like it. Cool. Cool. Oleg says, I based what I listen with the Netherlands SDR online. The Creek Hermit, nice to have you on board. Thank you so much. And nice to have everybody here as we're continuing to check out the bands, check out what's out there. Let's see here. What do I have here in terms of... I go to... yeah. So I was checking out the... I can show you guys here by looking at giving you the display capture of the SDR and switching the audio. This is
PHU Canada, temps universel coordonné, 21h.
much of a, there are some signals, but a lot of them are very noisy right now here. I go to 11 megahertz, see what's out there in the 25 meter band. 690 is RT2Y, 675. We're not getting that great. We've got 11880. Oh, this looks like Radio Havana, Cuba. This sounds like Radio Havana, Cuba. That is in French. It is in French. So it's not here on the listings, but this sounds like Radio Havana, Cuba, French, on 11880 with a pretty good modulation too. Yeah, she just talks about the Cuban population. That's interesting. Radio Havana, Cuba in French with a very good modulation, 11880. I've not heard Cuba in French in a long time. This is surprising. I really haven't heard Cuba in French in a long time. That's kind of cool though. Kind of cool. that we could have that. So Radio Vanuatu French. Wow. That is neat. That is neat. So that is kind of cool. I haven't heard Cuba in French in such a long time. It's kind of refreshing. I like that. Hopefully they're going to continue fixing up stuff, and everything will work at some point better. Let zero be dad. Nice to have you here from Scotland. What else do we have here? London 19657. I'm well grounded. Old radios. Nice to have you on board. Says well, work is picking up for me. No, not right now. Toast and love. K index is 3, but this week could be interesting to look at. The Dutchman. Nice to have you here from Victoria, BC. Jean Arash. Nice to have you here. Perry. Nice to have you on board from Sherbrooke, Quebec. What do we have? Peter Jacopelli. Difference between MLA30 and the GA9490. The main difference, I would say, from observation is mostly on the antenna itself. It is the GA490 is a wideband antenna. It goes all the way up to 180 megahertz. So if you have some low VHF capability, it actually will work better than an MLA30. The FM broadcast band, stuff like that. And the package comes with all the connectors you need to set it up. You even don't need anything. Everything is in the box, including the other thing, which is nice, is the BIST box has a battery in it. So if you are using the antenna and you lose power, you can still use it because it's powered by the internal battery of the BIST. So it's pretty cool. Jim Gordon, what's the software you're using to ID stations by frequency? I'm just using the eibispace.de website, Jim Gordon. And I use the browser's capability of searching. So I put the website and I choose to buy frequency list. And I just use the browser's search functionality and punch in the frequency and see what's out there. Oleg has Radio Romania French on 6030. CHR 999, nice to have you on board from Ireland, sorry. Ireland, nice to have you here. And hope you enjoy and stay here for a while. Rob's Radio Channel, nice to have you here. Jim's Radio Check, nice to have you here. Brian Listener 11880 is fading in and out from absolutely nothing to copyable to strong. So that's kind of interesting. Blogger has 11880, very good here in Virginia. I heard them mention Canada. Yeah, usually the afternoon, if that frequency is like most French language frequencies at this time. Oh, by the way, I think there's a lot of. Here we go. I noticed that the desktop audio was on, which means that the audio was probably doubled, so it might have sounded weird. So if it's like the regular French language broadcast, the broadcast probably is intended to Canada. Usually the French language broadcast at this time was always for the French-speaking Canadians. And so it's interesting because the French language Radio Vanuatu broadcast is slightly different from the English one. They have shows and talk about things that aren't the same. They don't have exactly the same type of show, which is kind of interesting. So no problem, Jim. Joseph Richard, nice to have you here. Good afternoon. Oleg, 9330, super strong. And what else do we have? Romania and French, 6030, pretty good in Virginia. Let me check it out here on the SDR if it comes in on 6030. It's here. It's extremely noisy. It's in the noise here. 6030. If I look at EIBI space, and choose by time. So here I'm going to go here. You must have more than one, maybe one more than one frequency. By time at 21 UT, 21 UTC. So Radio Romania French is also on 7375. So let's try that. 7375. Here it's not there. They have so many frequencies listed this year at Radio Romania that are not on. It's crazy. It's crazy. Art Dodd, nice to have you here. K2ADC in New Jersey. Mike, put 1-inch adhesive soft rubber, secure the furniture floor protection pads on my PL330 knobs. They help me keep a smooth, steady rotation. Rob's Radio Channel, Joe, almost ready to start building this computer. So far, it cost me 2,700 euros. Hopefully, should be good for Zoom. Yeah, you got to do it now. If you got all the parts, put that together, man. I'm checking out this next year. I'll be probably buying a new one sometime next year. 11,800. Anything else here? Spain has been missing on its North American frequency. The only frequency that really comes in well and in the weekdays is 12030. 9690 has been gone. The North American frequency of Spain has been gone both in the summer and the winter. And it's been like that for a while now. So it's kind of sad that because so here Spain. It's not very strong tonight. That's why I like 9690, which usually is much better. Spain is not very good here. So I'm hoping so the strongest signal here right now is really Cuba on 11880. Definitely 11880 on 25-meter band. So kind of interesting. Kind of interesting. So we'll be continuing checking out. We'll see what else is there. One usually I think 2130 Romania has in English. an English broadcast at 21:30, if I'm not mistaken. Radio Romania. Yeah, 21:30 to Eastern North America. 7250, 7310. We'll try that in 15 minutes. Radio Romania. Old radio's hearing 11880 better. Danny Radio and Tech, nice to have you on board, my friend. And I hope you are well and everything's fine on your part of the woods. Richard Califano, nice to have you here from Albany, New York, WA2157SWL. Like I said, okay, let's check that out, Mike. The PL330 pads on here. Here we go. Okay, yeah, you could see. So that helps you kind of tune. That helps you kind of tune in a more stable way, basically. You have a better grip and bigger grip too. That's good. We do what we can. We try to to improve our radios in different little ways and doing stuff. Okay. Stephen Wright, replacing an MLA30 with a K180 WLA shortwave radioactive loop antenna. What do you think? Yeah, and you just got to be careful because depending on if you have a lot of FM stations and powerful FM stations, you might have to go into the amplifier and switch off the VHF range because you'll have FM breakthrough through the shortwave bands. But if you live in a rural area or an area where FM stations aren't very strong, it might not be a problem. That's the only thing you got to know about the K180 WLA. But there's a switch in it that lets you turn on or off the VHF range. Danny Radio and Tech, a few new countries, FT8, Madagascar and Burundi. That's good. That's good. I had some really good ones in SSB Voice in the past couple of weeks. Which was very, very nice. A lot of the Expedition guys on SSB Voice, which is a refreshing change. I'm a little tired of FT8 because I find it, it's cool, but I get bored of that mode because I prefer making a contact. For me, a real contact, a real DX contact is much more on SSB Voice. For me, I'm proud of doing it on SSB Voice much more than FT8. FT8 has this it's kind of easy, and at some point it gets I find it gets boring. There's not enough challenge. Jim Gordon, can you receive on 6,000 kilohertz? There's something possibly in Chinese here. I don't think I'll hear anything at this time on 6,000. I'll check it out on the SDR, but it's way too early for anything here on 6,000. Let me check it out. There's Radio Van at Cuba at night, but right now I got nothing here. 6,000 has nothing at all. I didn't think about it. I should actually, when I go a little later to do stuff, I'll maybe put back the coax in the back so that I can have the infant antenna on the Kenwood here. It'd be kind of cool. So I'm gonna make myself ready for So 7280. That's something on 7280. My noise is very high. I need to... But there's something on 7280. I definitely hear. Which I'm not sure if it's hams or if it's a station. I think it's hams. I think it was an AM operator on 7280. There's one on 7290 also. Let me check WBCQ. Oh, yeah, WBCQ's there. I can't believe WBCQ still has Brother Stare crap. This is blasting on 7490 right now. Just can't believe that WBCQ still has that crap going on. Just crazy. And Kavira, something on in English on 7285. Yeah, let me check EIBI space here. 7285. 7285 at this time. Yeah, there's nothing written here on the list. Nothing on... Oh, yeah, there is. Wait. I've done it wrong. Okay, here we go. China radio in English. It is from 21 to 22 hours Universal Time to Europe on 7285. So it is on the list. It is on the IBI space listings. So what you're hearing is China Radio International in English, direct from China. In Kavira. It is meant for Europe. Lagadai, Madagascar World Voice 11610, good. Yeah, that one usually comes in very well. I haven't checked it here. Let's go to 11610. Yeah, decent here. You got to keep in mind that up here, I mean, it's pretty good. Up here, we're closer than Virginia to the Arctic Circle. So if the K-index right now, K-index at 3 is like a borderline K-index. So it affects me a lot more than people that are further south. So in 36 minutes, there's going to be a M12CW station from Moscow, Russia. We can try. So that's going to be one to check out also. Snow and shortwave go well. Yep, tomorrow is going to be that. That's going to be 5 inches. Actually, what I wanted to do is make donuts. The first time there's snow in the fall, I always want to make donuts. It's kind of, for me, it's like the cold weather, the snow. Reminds me of my mom, taking out the fryer and making some donuts on Saturday mornings. So tomorrow I want to make a couple of dozen donuts. Homemade donuts are the best. Definitely makes it better. Absolutely. Does help a lot in tuning, I would guess, to have those on the radio. Our dad prefers voice contacts as well. Doesn't lo-fi. Mainly just think of FT8 as a beacon. Dave Vosh, nice to have you on board from sunny Maryland. Thank you for the donation, London 19657, and much appreciated. And by the way, if you like what I do, if you love what I do, please consider donations. They help me tremendously in continuing this and having this up and running all the time. I'm here every Saturday, and you know what? It helps me a lot. Just look at, with the donations, I've purchased a new antenna. I'm going to purchase some cables and stuff that I need to make it more experimentations with it. And there's it just keeps this show going. If you enjoy what I do, if you love being here all the time, every week, if this is something that you would miss if it would be gone, well, think about it. As nothing is free in life, and it helps to pay the bills and to continue doing this live show, of course, and the videos on the channel. Through the super chat, like our friend London 19657, and of course there's the pizza fund and cat treats through PayPal that you can also do. PayPal at the email address. If you do it through the official shortwave radio at gmail.com, it works. But you can also use this email to send the donations. It is much appreciated, and like I said, helps me continue with the show. Brother 24 fan. I called you Brother 24 fan rather than Gary 24 fan. Again, Brother Stare is still alive. A miracle from God. Yeah, a miracle from God, definitely. Jim Gordon, 7285. Yep, China Radio in English. And Toast and Love here, the 7280 and 7290 carrier. I think they're a ham radio. Operators. Peter, yes. Paul, your co-host. Yes, of course, Paul, the co-host. I want to actually, in the next week or two, I want to put a chair here because I want to try to have Paul come here and sleep on it, because he's sleeping most of the time while I do the live show. So maybe he would be interested in sleeping here next to me. So at least you'd have the possibility of seeing Paul the cat on the camera. So I'm going to try to check that out. Jean Arash, yep, 11610 is in Mandarin Chinese. It is the Madagascar World Voice from Madagascar transmitter site. John H, snow in Wisconsin. Nice to have you here, John. Well, like the bizarre thing, I can catch China in English better at 7285 for Europe compared to Middle East frequency of 9440. Sometimes it happens. If you look at it, broadcasting to Europe from China is kind of going in your general direction. So there are things like that are weird. Some frequencies sometimes from broadcasts that are outside their target area are actually better. Are better than the ones that are for the target. That's where it's kind of a guess for a lot of these stations to try to have figure out what frequency you're going to use. So let's check out 7310. Nope. 7250. Well, I've got Romania on 7250, but it's not really good. It's really not very good here. They're supposed to be also on 7310, but nope, not very good. Yeah, 7290 is definitely some amateur radio operators that I hear. I can try it here. 7290. I'm very curious. I get a lot of noise, and right now, the culprit, the reason I'm getting a lot of noise, I wonder if it's not the cheap coax that comes from the amplifier to coming all the way inside here. I'm very, very intrigued by that. So I will have to try with a better cable, see if it changes anything. Because I'm not, I mean, my MLE30 was as noisy in the end. And I'm not totally happy with the antenna and right now because of that. Dave Vosh, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. So, snow nuts. Mike B says snow nuts. You know, I know I'm going to get caught up in what I usually do. Is like, it's going to snow. I'm going to start making the donuts, and then I will not be able to resist. I'll have to put on some old Christmas album that my mom had, and listen to some old classics. Usually that all goes together. It's like, okay, we're getting there. You guys in the U.S. still have Thanksgiving in the way, so you guys are probably not in a Christmassy mood like here in Canada. We have nothing, but it's Christmas is the next holiday, so it's not the same. You guys are probably more in the let's prepare for Thanksgiving, which is different. Then after Thanksgiving, you probably get into that Christmas mood. But here it's really like after Halloween. There's nothing else. Christmas coming, so it's like, that might as well get into the Christmas mood. Great 24 fan. My mom made absolutely delicious homemade donuts. They literally turned me into an incoherent fool. My mom would get real mad because I like the dough uncooked. I find it so good. So it's like I would steal 2 or 3 uncooked donuts, and I would hear her yell my name, Gilles, stop stealing donuts. And then I would eat, of course, some of the donuts when cooked. The recipe I have is a recipe from my mom, which is the recipe from my grandmother. And I've always kept that one. So like when my family comes over, if they eat donuts, first thing they always say is like, wow, they taste exactly like mom. And I said, yeah, I kept the same recipe. I have the same, I remember the tricks. My mom gave me tricks on, how to do the donuts, make sure that the oil is the hottest that you can actually have it. And I follow all of the rules that my mom ever gave me. So they're exactly like my mom. That's what I'm looking for. Mom comfort, I guess. Thank you, Brian, for the donation. Much appreciated. 7280 and 7290 seem to be ham operators from turn on your Yesu, Paul will go to sleep on it. Black Eye is getting a jacket. It's getting a little cool. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. Oleg, 6030 is better. 7250 barely I can catch. Yeah, that one is broadcast away from you because it's for North America. 7250, Radio Romania. Old radios, Beach Boys Christmas. No, I'm more like the classic stuff. Doris Day, Nat King Cole, and Andy Williams. That's that's what my mom would play back in the day, and I kind of like that feel, the vibe of these albums. Bing Crosby. Joseph, nice to have you here from San Francisco Bay, California, and getting set up to listen to the radio. Harold Anderson, nice to have you here from Norway, LB1NH. Transmission 1 SDR, nice to have you here from Northern Ireland. Jim Gordon, I recently had full fiber broadband installed, and the QRM from the router across AM and shortwave is really bad. I have to shut it off, which is supposedly not good for broadband stability. Nah, it's all right. Don't listen to those. Oh, you gotta keep it on because that's how it's like. Nah, it doesn't. The thing just connects and makes its protocols, and Even if you shut it off, it doesn't change anything, Jim. Don't listen to those people. It's really not a problem. What you could try to do is maybe find yourself a power bar that has RFI chokes on them, and see if you plug it on those, it lowers the noise. I'm lucky because my broadband modem router thing here is actually very quiet in terms of noise. So I've been lucky with that. It's one of those weird, fancy, bizarre things that I have, and I've got a little snooping device also, because I am part of a panel on numerous here in Canada. So I've got a little black box here. That little black box is a box that snoops on what I watch on my TV and my computer in terms of videos. So it goes and knows if I'm watching YouTube. It knows if I'm watching Netflix. It knows if I'm watching something else. It follows that. And it just snoops through my router to see where my devices connect. And it kind of makes a, it's for their studies of how, what are our habits on watching stuff online. So basically I'm being spied on constantly of what I do online. And in exchange for that, they're giving me $20. I get a $20 check every month in the mailbox. So I'm like, yeah, 20 bucks. I don't care. I don't care what watch what you want. It's like, I don't care. It's all right. Don't be, don't go crazy about some of the stuff I watch. But those are pretty quiet. I'm lucky for that. I've been having some really quiet devices. I've got B-Link mini PCs. They are super quiet. You plug them in, no noise, nothing. I don't see a difference on the radio. The B-Link mini PC seems to be very quiet, well built for that, so it's pretty cool. Art says, as soon as Halloween is over, all stores are stocked weird with Christmas stuff and holiday commercials. As a retired cop, I'm addicted to donuts. You know what? Here it's even worse. Here there was when I would go for the holiday, the Christmas stuff, not the Christmas. Sorry, when I would go for the Halloween stuff in the stores, it split the alley. Right side was Halloween, left side was Christmas already, even before Halloween. Carson donuts don't taste as good. No, they're a little fad. And you got to be careful. You don't want to have those that have colors in it. Yellow snow donuts are the worst. And in the spring when the snow starts melting in big cities, you don't want to have any of those brown donuts. That's for sure. Perry Como, yes, Perry Como, London, 19657, absolutely. Johnny Mathis, yep, Johnny Mathis. So, The Wind 1960, nice to have you on board from New York. Older radios. The Singing Dogs, Jingle Bells had some clever editing in 1955. Yeah. London 19657 puts beer down. Sounds like a depth charge. No problem, Jim Gordon. Tosselov, there's some sort of sampling noise canceller that uses a separate antenna just to detect the noise used as a subtraction signal, sort of. Yeah, I got one of those here, and they are dreadfully difficult to really match well. The antenna for the noise needs to be very short, or else if you put it too long, you're also going to cancel the broadcast you're listening to, because they'll think that's noise. And overall, trying to find a sweet spot to make everything better, That's why you don't see anybody using one. It's just I need to play again with mine and try to see what I can do. But boy, it's so finicky and so difficult to manage that you just like, nah, forget it. Forget it. Well, like if you have satellite TV, you can also try to use cable to your radio for somewhat good shortwave signal, which is what I do. Not perfect. It works. Mario Vasquez, nice to have you here. Anka Viva, I think the ferret beads are helping. I hear a lot of cool stations from exotic locations tonight. Yeah, we got to be careful with that because one of the biggest problems in knowing if what we do actually helps or not is very, very hard to tell because conditions change from day to day. So, an example, yesterday the conditions were really bad. So if you compare it to yesterday and you say today it's better, so they must be helping. Well, today is better anyways. So is it that or not? The best way to have those, to know if those work, would be to really focus on some specific signals that you have, and on several days being able to have them in the same signal level and try with and without them. It's difficult. It's like I remember putting up different antennas, and I had a moment where I would put up like 3 different antennas in a week, and then I would be like, oh, this one seems to be much better than the others, and then it would be like, oh no, it's not that great, and that's where it's kind of difficult because it's like, okay, well, I got all of these antennas, but propagation changes from day to day, so how can I really compare my antenna if it's working well? Usually what I do here is I use the stations that I know I'm getting mostly on ground wave. An example of that is CHU. I'll take a signal, like I take CHU on 3330, and since that signal will be pretty stable day after day, that one is one I'm going to use to kind of focus on, okay, is it better or not? And that's how I'm going to try to figure out if my antenna actually is good or not. So I'm getting WWV on 25 megahertz right now. It's coming in decently well. So so nice to have you here from Mexico, Mario Vasquez. Our JD Dakota participated in Arbitron and Nielsen ratings. Kind of interesting. The biggest problem I had at first with this little data thing is that it would slow down. It would be really bad. It would slow down my internet terribly. I have gigabit here, and so my actual maximum speed here is 940 megabits download. And when I would plug the little device, my speed would go from 940 to 200, 300 megabits. So at a certain time, I unplugged it. And I said, look, I'm sorry, but as long as this thing slows my internet, this thing is not being plugged back. I'm not plugging that back. So they actually called me a few times and tried different firmwares. So they would say, okay, plug it back in, and when it's connected, we're going to try a different firmware. And at one point, they got a firmware, and since then, I've been having perfect internet. Doesn't do anything. I don't see any, interference from it from my connections. So since then, it's stayed plugged in. Now I have to call them now because I've got 2 new PCs, and they called me to say that they noticed I have new devices and they want to identify them. Because what they do is they identify your device, who's using them, what are you doing with them mainly, so that they can have an idea of which device does what and who's using it for their ratings. Brian Leisner, yesterday was so bad I ran some fresh coax. You know, that reminds me always of when I was doing shortwave when I was a teenager, still not knowing much of what I was doing, actually. And I would put 100 feet of wire outdoors, and suddenly, one day, I would not hear much, and I was like, well, my wire must be broken. And I would take it down and put another new, fresh 100 feet of wire, not knowing that, well, it's, you know, so, you know. It's propagation. You gotta, you know, you gotta go with the day-to-day changes that it brings. Jim Gordon has, as a beer tonight, is Abbott Ale. Favorite of mine from Bury St. Edmunds. Pretty cool. I'm still with a Blue Dry tonight. A Lebet Blue Dry. So that's cheap beer, but decent. BT Radio caught up with the show. Took 15 minutes to make up 50 minutes at 2 speeds. CHU sounded weird at that speed. Yeah, I would guess so. CHU who? Blogger Eye, WWV25, fairly good. Yeah, well, the problem with that, Brian Leisner, is that the ISP can't tell you that it's going to be exactly that speed anywhere, because there's different things that make that speed different. And an example of that was my nephew. My nephew is also on the same provider and at the gigabit, and was wondering why he wasn't getting a gigabit. What people don't understand is that to have the gigabit speed, your computer needs to be connected with a Ethernet cable to the modem directly, not through Wi-Fi, because most Wi-Fi adapters do not reach that speed. So if you use a laptop and you see that you're only going at 400, yeah, that's your Wi-Fi, because the connection might actually be going at 940. But then you plug that Ethernet cable and you see when you do a speed test, like, oh, look at that, I am at 940. And people don't know that. So they'll get internet, but they won't understand that, yeah, but your Wi-Fi adapter is not capable of going to that speed. You won't reach that speed because your Wi-Fi doesn't do that. To have a gigabit speed, you need to have the latest Wi-Fi, the AX Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi 6, I believe it's called. You need Wi-Fi 6 or more. And a lot of people have older devices or laptops that are a couple of years old that don't have these new specs. So when they connect, they're like, well, you know, that's a lie. It doesn't go that fast. Yeah, well, on Wi-Fi, it won't. You have to connect through cable. You have to have your Ethernet cable. So here what I did is when I got that speed, I connected my laptop directly with an Ethernet cable, and it reached 940. And actually the PC I'm using, which is a mini PC for streaming the live shows, which is also my main PC for making most videos, is connected with an Ethernet cable. It is not connected through Wi-Fi, because that's how I always get the maximum speed for my internet. Paul Stringer, the provider I have is a Quebec-based provider. It's Videotron. It's a Quebec-based provider. Old radios, old Milwaukee. Curtis Gump, what would you say the best TF6686 radio would be for sensitivity and selectivity? Just curious. Honestly, they all seem to be pretty good. From what I've seen of all the models and all the shapes and sizes, because there's all sorts of things popping up all the time, they all seem to be pretty good. I can't say one seems better than any other, personally. Kevin, WWV25 is on an experimental basis. Yeah, that's what they say on the website. It's really experimental basis. WWV used to be on 25 officially back in the 70s. And it's in the 90s, in the 80s, sorry, in the early 80s somewhere. The transmitter had an issue, and they never replaced it. They thought, well, we have enough frequencies as is, so they had never put 25 back on the air. And somewhere, I believe it's somewhere in like 2005, 6, somewhere there. I don't remember which year exactly, but maybe 15, 20 years ago. It's been there for a long time now. WWV25 came back, but they did say it's experimental, so it's back, but it could be off at any time. It could go away at any time. So if it goes away, well, that's the way it is. Brian Leisner, I have a coax run that, let's go here, that slips by my side door and can conceivably break. Yeah, if coax, you got to be very careful. If the door closes and it crushes the coax, it can damage the coax easily. Coax are fragile. Even when you make loops with a coax, make very loose loops. Don't make it very tight. That if you put it too tight, that tightness can break any coax. It has to be kind of loosely, rounded, not shoved too tightly. And of course, if you have coax going through windows, doors, like here, my coax in the kitchen go through the bottom of the door. It does slightly crush them. Not that much, but enough that where it goes under the door, it's a little flat. That changes the properties of your coax. Like if you do ham radio, for listening, it doesn't matter. For listening, that really doesn't matter. But for ham radio operation, if your coax is flat rather than round, it changes its properties. And the SWR, all of that will change. And might make the coax actually not good for amateur use. You have to be very careful with that. There is a reason why a coax is round and is shaped and has the exact spacing between the shielding, the internal conductor. All of that is not just we put it like this and it works. It's we have determined that like this, it will operate at specs. And if you crush it, or if you bend it too much, you change all of those properties. VT Radio, I run my computers via Ethernet cables, except for one that is only Wi-Fi. I have one on Ethernet here, which is the main PC. The other ones, they're all Wi-Fi because I'm okay with that. It's as long as the main computer that I use all the time is the fastest one on the internet. That's what's important for me. But Chuck Davis, nice to have you on board from Twin Cities. So yeah, Tosenlov, I'll have try to connect my computer via Ethernet. I only use Wi-Fi with it so far. Yeah, if you have, if your speed is slower than advertised, when you put a Ethernet cable, you'll see that you're probably going to be okay. It can happen though, and that's very important to understand that it can happen. The main reason they put the up to 940 or up to a certain speed, it isn't impossible that in an area you're further away from all the equipment and the speed doesn't reach exactly the one that it should match. That could happen. I mean, that was the case back in the day when we had DSL internet. My first internet, high-speed internet, was DSL. DSL was simply using the two copper wires of the phone, and passing a higher frequency signal on it, and that would create a broadband internet. But the problem with that is that those were not shielded cables. The phone lines were not shielded back in the day. They were pretty much two copper wires going to your home. So what would happen with that is that the longer it was, the more noise it would get, and the slower your internet connection would be. Yeah, especially if you have a modern phone that goes to 5G, you might see your phone actually having faster internet than your internet connection at home. London 19657, 17-year-old PC, ouch. My oldest PC here, I have a 14-year-old laptop that's not doing anything. More of our experimental stuff, but most of my PCs are within the last 6 years-ish. Brian Leisner of Verizon keeps asking me to install their router because it will work better. They even sent a salesperson to knock on my door. Yeah. Fred Water at 2 times speed is known as Paul and the Chipmunks. Paul and the Chipmunks, so that'd be good. Lagadai, Radio Nacional Amazonas coming in on 6180. Brian Lisner, they cannot give me a technical reason as to why. That's because there is none. Yeah. Sometimes it's because they know on a lot of for a lot of people, they have old devices. And they know that if they install their own modem router thing, often it's more modern than what people have, so it is faster and better. But, you don't have to. Yeah. I've resisted a long time. I always had my own routers. Personally, I always preferred having my own routers. Until now I went to gigabit, and that gigabit device has... It's an all-in-one device. That's actually what gives me TV, cable TV, internet, and Wi-Fi through the house. So the TV has a little box that is a Wi-Fi connected box to my router, and that's what gives me the TV. And my TV comes through that same internet connectivity thing. So I have a gigabit of internet, plus I've got some other signal for the TV, which is a separate Wi-Fi connection for the TV. And it doesn't actually interact with my Wi-Fi, so it has its own frequency range for my TV channels. So it's kind of interesting the way that it's done. James Farley, can I pick up a beacon on 28278.5? Check it out. 28278.5. I'm not hearing it, and what's interesting is I'm not hearing any beacons right now. So this is interesting for that. If you guys want to try the M12 Morse code number station, it just started on 7893. Let's see if I can hear it. 7893 CW. I'm hearing some kind of white noise, but I'm not hearing it. Then the next one will be on 8132, so we'll try 8132 and the next one. Finally, is exactly my coax situation. Not optimal. I really should drill a hole. Yeah. I wasn't quick enough, but when they came here to rearrange for cable, the guy, since there would be, you know, before cable TV, you had to have cable all through the house in order to have all your TVs connected. Now with this new service, it's all wireless, so you don't need any more cables inside the house. And he actually said, I want to remove everything that you have in the house as cable and just put a very short, you know, tell me where that modem will be with the Wi-Fi, and we'll put the shortest cable possible from outside to the device so that it has the least interference possible. And I didn't think about it, but when he drilled a hole, I should have told him, can you drill a second hole for me? I'll handle it. And that's for my own use. You know, I would have given him like, I'll give you $50. Can you drill a hole for me for my stuff? You know, you probably would have done it. Tosanov, I think glass fiber can do something like that too if compressed, maybe not normally noticeable. Jeff K, some coax. Jeff K, I'm just going to go back here. Okay. Some coax use air as the insulator, so getting out of shape changes properties. Yep, definitely. DSL was something. DSL was something. I do remember my first connection, though. I mean, this is a life-changing experience. Anybody out there that you guys are let me check 9610 in English for our friend Oleg. 9610. Is in English. Voice of Turkey. It's the voice of Turkey to Oceania, to Australia. Voice of Turkey, 2130 to 2230 in English. That's what you're hearing, Voice of Turkey. And let's see if I can hear it here. It's really not in my general vicinity, but 9610. Very weak signal here. 9610. Oh, that's interesting. I do hear what is the the Portuguese religious station, Voz Missionaria from Brazil on 9665. So this is what it sounds like. It's not very strong, but it's there. So that's Radio Voz Missionaria in Brazil in Portuguese. I'm hearing that pretty well. But yeah, like I was saying, anybody that was on dial-up modem waiting for that first ever high speed, I remember my first connection was a DSL connection. It was Bell. I remember the day they installed it. I remember the first time it was 1 megabit per second. I mean, boy, was it fast. Boy, was that fast. I was like, wow, this is so cool. And added bonus, because back then I was living with my mom, and my mom was really mad because she couldn't make phone calls, but the modem was always on the phone. Now with the broadband on DSL, hey, you could make a phone call and use the internet at the same freaking time. Curtis Gump, yeah, there are some portable software-defined radios. One of them, based on that TEF chip that you mentioned, seems to be pretty interesting. But you got to remember one thing: these are very complex devices, and they are computers, basically. So, but it is interesting to see that they perform pretty well in general. But there's no specific model. I would have to, here, this is the big problem. These devices have become out of price range that are like, I'm not going to buy that. The TEF 6686 with that beautiful screen and everything looks nice. But when I go to any website to see how much in Canadian dollars, it's 400, 500, or 600 Canadian dollars. I ain't going to pay that for these devices, unfortunately. Then in 19657, got a mini PC on Amazon for $160. Yeah, it depends what you do. I'm more demanding on my devices, so I usually go into a higher price range. I mean, here I've got my mini PCs. The one I have right now doing the stream, that one's like a $500 mini PC, a B-Link. It's not bad at all. The one that's running here in the background, I paid maybe $400 for it, and that one still is pretty good with Windows 11. I got two expensive laptops here. I've got a Acer Nitro gaming laptop, and it's now the main computer on the big screen TV in my living room. And I have an Asus TUF, which is the most expensive laptop that I've ever purchased, and because I do a lot of gaming on it. And unfortunately, if you're a gamer on PC, you got to pay the price, because that's the only way games are going to work. So, yeah, 9610 is Voice of Turkey. Turkey often has audio that isn't that great. And that's one of the main problems with Turkey. Its audio is often distorted, and there's this announcer guy that always has this very deep voice, and it's like, yeah. So I'm gonna put myself on 8132 here and see if I can hear anything when it shows up for the next number station. All right. Craig Martinetti, when I first started shortwave listening, I used a copper wire antenna outside my bedroom window. It went from outside my bedroom window to my garage. Paul Stringer, I don't believe in paying for TV. I have an antenna with tableau box and get 150 free channel. Yeah, it depends what you're looking for. I got a ton of channels here. I don't watch them much, but it's part of the deal. It's like I just don't, you know. Depends on, you know, depends what you want to do. It's like my nephew. My nephew is a cable. He's a cable cutter. He's just internet, and he found like ways on the internet to watch pretty much everything he wants to watch. So, you know. Marvin Motz, can anyone pick up Voice of Korea at 7570? They said they were broadcasting to North America. And this time, let me check EIBI space here for 7570. 7570. No, this is 17. I want 7570. Voice of Korea. It's to Europe, not to North America. So in Europe, you guys might be hearing Voice of Korea in Spanish. North Korea. I don't know if you guys hear it. If you guys that are in Europe, maybe Anka Viva can try it. 7570. If you hear something in Spanish, it technically should be Voice of Korea, but it's for Europe, not to North America at this time. What else do we have? Yeah, Spanish very noisy. That's North Korea in Spanish. Curious guy, I first started listening to the radio when I was 12 years old. Shortwave AM, FM, TV. My grandpa and dad got me into radio, and I still enjoy it today. That's cool. That's cool. Skitolology, I can't get Voice of Korea, I assume because I live in the east coast of Canada. To hear it here in Canada, you have to listen in the anywhere from about 14 to 18 hours UTC. They have a few frequencies that usually come in. 11710, 9435, 12015. I hear them regularly. I heard them a week ago maybe with a decent signal. Both in French and English, too. My parents use Bell. I assume it's ADSL. No, I don't think it's ADSL. The ADSL was phased out. Schedology. It's probably... I would guess it's probably fiber now. Bell is only fiber everywhere. Pretty much. Well, apparently, Joseph, those Earth radios that they call that are very, very, very low frequency receivers that have these whistlers and whistles and sounds weird. Apparently, the patterns of the whistles and all of that change with earthquakes or near an earthquake. So there could be something. I could, it's kind of interesting to see that maybe someday there would be a possibility to detect anything. So Voice of North Korea, stronger 9445 for Marvin Motz in his area in the Japan Islands. James Farley, I see Shortwave schedule app has been up and running again, and they updated the SDRs. Cool. Yep. Brian Listener says, Voice of Korea 9665, they sound very upset about something. Okay. Because here 9665 in North America is Voz Missionaria from Brazil. Anka Viva, I hear Radio Victoria from Lima on 6020. It's amazing. 6020. 6020. You should be hearing... no, right now, what you're hearing, if it's in Spanish, you're hearing China. Anca Viva. You're hearing China Radio International, that is in Spanish to South Europe. So that what you're hearing is really China Radio in Spanish language until 2300 UTC. And not anything from, it's not Radio Victoria. There's no radio, actually. There is no listing of any Radio Victoria from Lima on 6020 and EIBI space listings. So what you're hearing in France is China Radio International, which is broadcasting to Europe in Spanish right now. Scholology, I live with my parents, so that's why I said my parents. My dad back in the day used Rogers high-speed internet. Yeah, Malahide SDR is an interesting one, Tosanlov, definitely. Ryan Leisner, back then I was the big man with the DSL until the apartment complex turned on their faulty halogen lights. I had this so bizarre thing happening here when I had DSL. So DSL worked fine where I lived before. And when I moved here, I transferred the service. And all they told me is just take your equipment, bring it to your home, plug it in, and on this date, it's going to be working. I was like, okay. And yeah, it did. It actually did. It worked. So everything was fine, except that when I moved here, there was this funky, bizarre thing with my DSL. Around 5 or 6 p.m., the sync light would start blinking, meaning it lost its sync with the service. And around 10 p.m. at night, it would solidly come back normal and my internet was back. And it was always between 5 and 10 p.m. in that range. So I called him up 4, 5 times. Nobody knew what to do. The 5th time, the guy said, well, the modem you have is one of the first generation modems. I'm going to send you a new one. And once you get the new one, send us the old one back. You'll have a box, prepaid box, just put it in a box and send it back. And when I got the new one, everything worked fine. It seemed the new one was okay. So there was something happening that the new one could handle that the old one couldn't. But the funniest thing with that is when I got the new one, 2 weeks later, it stopped working. And I was like, I was calling people all the time. I was calling them. Got no internet. Hey, I need internet. I'm a tech guy. I need my internet. I'm going to move to somebody else if you can't handle or fix anything. And one guy one day said, okay, now I get it. You had a bunch of idiots before. The service changed in your area. It's a new DSL service. You need a new type of modem for that. So he said, I'm going to send you the modem, and you send back the old one. And actually, no, I'm going to send you the new modem. They never asked for the old one back. And when I put the new modem, it worked fine. And I was like, okay, new modem works okay. But as time went by, as by doing my tech jobs, I saw people in other places with DSL like me. I was slower than all of my clients. My DSL here was like 3 megabits per second. And I would go to my clients and they had like 5, 6, 7 megabits. And I was like, whoa, everybody's faster than me. So I called, I guess maybe 2004, 2005. And I said, look, everybody is faster than me. What's going on? And nobody could answer until they passed me to a senior guy that was an old guy, been there a long time. And the guy just said, the cables where you live are very old. That's why the speed is slow. And he said, we'll be changing those cables at some point and putting fiber. And I said, when? And he said, I don't know. It could be in a month, in a year, in 10 years. We don't know. So I said, if I want to go faster, I have to change to another company. And the guy said, yep. And that's when I changed to Videotron, the cable company that I have now. Because I needed to have faster internet. And I've always stayed with these guys now since then. It's like, yeah, that's the way it is. If you can't offer me the service I want, hey, you know what? Gilles Never, nice to have you here. Roaring 2020s. Nice to have you on board. No, there was a possibility of solar storm on Friday night into Saturday, but it didn't really happen much. So it's kind of right now it's kind of unsettled conditions mostly. See, Marchi, what PC games do you do? I do a lot of stuff. I like to play games like Forza for the racing stuff. I like to on the multiplayer stuff. I like to play. They don't come to mind right now, but I play games like. Oh crap! The names don't come up right now. It's those fighting games, Halo, and I'm subscribed to the Xbox Game Pass, so I play all sorts of stuff that come from there. Halo. If I'm just gonna look at my library here, so I can give you an idea. Oh, this is the library from this. I have the library from Play History. I need to. What games will it tell me that I'm playing? So, like for now, I'm just started playing one. Is the Outer Worlds 2. I also like to play Call of Duty, things like that. I usually play things like that. Call of Duty. I like to play. What else do we have? Call of Duty. I have also the other series, Halo series. I have all the Halo series. And I like adventure games. So if I find a good adventure game, like I played a few that were really, really cool. One is that I played that I really, really liked is A Plague Tale, Requiem, and the first one. They are really amazing games. So these are the kind of things that I play. Anyways. And a lot more. David in Barcelona, nice to have you on board, my friend. ¿Cómo está, mi amigo? Jim Gordon, belated happy birthday to Joni Mitchell. Yes. Marvin Motz has Voice of Curious, Switch to Music 9445. Paul Stringer, RMI was down on 8455. It was 9455 is their frequency. Yeah, 9455. Yeah. Yeah, they had a few issues. Kev Michael, Voice of Korean on 7570 kilohertz. Mike WX50, nice to have you on board. Jim Gordon, back in the day, Voice of Korea is to send listeners mountains of printed propaganda. So yeah, there was a lot of stations sending so many things back in the day. Kazi 76, my timeline of internet, 2400 baud, 14.4, 28.8, 56, ISDN T1. Back to dial-up, back to T1. Wow, that's a journey. That must be a really bad moment. From T1 back to dial-up. Oh God, that must be like a bummer. God. Yeah, Marvin Motts. It's pretty much that. It's like tales of the leader, and then it's all these music chants for the leader and stuff. That's pretty much Voice of Korea. My WX50 started my internet connection at 28.8. Didn't realize how slow it was at the time, though. We didn't know any better. Yep, that was fine at the time. SWL Signals 23. Nice to have you here from Florida. Kevin Michael was thinking about getting another radio. I have Grundig Satellite 800, PL 8990, and the Panasonic RL 3800. It would be worth buying a new one. I no longer can use old scanners now. It went all P25 digital. Even VHF Marine and Air is very quiet. So, yeah. Because P25 digital doesn't mean they're encrypted, though. You'd have to look if is it encrypted or just digital, because there are scanner radios that do that out there, so you could look for that if you're still interested in trying to listen to stuff like that. What else do we have? All right, VT Radio. Brian Leisner with DSL, I was able to mount. Okay. Michael, I can only DX TV on the internet, not allowed to use satellite dish. House rules, bummer. Yeah. These are other problems for radio listeners, all the rules. Dusseldorf, I guess DSL relied on balanced lines to being a copper phone line. Yep. But they were very, very sensitive to any RFI. Nick Amendo, speaking of games today, I played Dune 2 again. Wonderful memories. I played Mad Radio DXer. I play the Forza Horizon 5. I believe it's the 5 one. Brian Penny, nice to have you here from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Love the Paul Bunyan look. Simon Templar, nice to have you on board. Hope you're enjoying your new Texan receiver, my friend. My WX50 used to play a mean game of Pong. Oh, God, I had that back in the day. Wow. That was so revolutionary. Plugging something on the TV and you're playing a game. Danny Radio and Tech unboxed my new Raspberry Pi 400. Plan to install Radio Pi and ran a bunch of emulators from the 2600 to PS4 games. And unbox C64 Mini for my son to play Commodore 64 games from a USB stick. Cool. Cool. Well, back in the day, a T1 was very fast. A T1, if you compare to dial-up, T1 line was, what were the specs? T1 line specs. So T1 line back in the day usually was about 1 to 2 megabits per second. So if you look at the day that you had dial-up and you had T1, well, T1 was way better. You know, it was really broadband compared to a modem. It's slow today compared to what we have. Then Shortwave Radio, it's got an entire C64. Yeah, I got all of that here. I actually have that here on USB, actually on memory cards, because I have the real machines. I do have here a Commodore 64 and a Commodore 128. I'll actually be getting a real 64 also by Sheldon. And I've got an Amiga 500 and Atari 1040 ST. I've got the real machines here, so I fitted them with the drives that read the memory cards. So I have also all the library, the software library, on the memory cards. And when I turn on, I can access the memory card and go and play whatever game or start whatever software on all of these machines. They load like they are, standard disks. So it's kind of cool. It's cool that we have emulations, and that is perfect. But I'm a sucker for the real machine running the hardware and the software. So I like that I have these machines here that I can actually have all of those working. Paul Richardson's, I would connect to the space station Mir with my Commodore 64, my 2-meter radio before the internet was available to the public. Yeah, there was all sorts of things like that. There was a cartridge, a shortwave cartridge to decode digital modes on the Commodore 64. So, Henry Gonzalez says, snow here in the Houston area. It's 85 degrees and beautiful sunny day. Yeah, no snow there, eh? And we have Pat that sends a picture. Says, that's me as Ghost Riley at the 2025 Rose City Comic Con. Long live the 141. And here's the picture. Pretty neat. Pretty neat picture. Look at that. Our friend at Comic-Con. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right. Well, I just got a warning that there's a place selling cakes nearby that they're warning not to eat anything from there because it could be poisoned. All right. That's neat. Okay. Oh, man. What else do we have? I'm just going to check Priam. There's Traffic 9263. I haven't heard any of them. So Propagation isn't that great right now. We'll see 9263 is coming in. But I haven't heard. We usually hear those M12 stations usually. So that means Propagation isn't that the best tonight. Skidology says, can't believe I started shortwave listening right as stations started to broadcast to North America again, which was like a year ago. Jerry Hart, nice to have you here from Niagara Falls, New York. Yeah, that's the one I have set in Mexico. That's the one I play on my PC. I do have the other one you mentioned, but I prefer playing and going through Forza Horizon 5 in Mexico. Simon Temblar, absolutely. 880 is awesome. Cool. That's so we're going to see the release of official shortwave gaming. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of trying to find time to already have a life, which makes it very complex. Kevin Michael, I had a Compact 5352 that was my first computer. Well, of course I remember Real Player. The first thing, that was the first software that came out where you could stream some audio on the internet using dial-up and even watch tiny live videos on your computer screen. It was kind of neat back in the day. Yep, Lodestar. Dash 8.1. Yep. Comma 8, comma 1. That is Commodore. Nick Amendon, my best memories come from dial-up. Speed was slow, but the memory is priceless. You know, for a lot of the stuff we did was new back then. I remember the first time I ever used a modem and connected to another computer. Oh man, that was like, the future is here. My computer just connected to another computer using this little thing on the phone line. It's just like, oh God. Paul Richardson, oh boy, yes, memory, unlock the shortwave, the SWL64 cartridge. When I get the Commodore 64 from Sheldon, that cartridge is supposed to be in it, and the package. And the first thing I'm going to do is put that cartridge, plug in my radio, and we're going to decode some stuff. And I'll make videos for sure. I actually purchased here a adapter. It's a converter that actually I could put my output from the Commodore computers or so on, or any composite output, and it actually will show on a PC, so that I can actually use it as, for making videos or streaming or anything. So that's going to be kind of cool. Skidiology. Todd, I think the reason why broadcasters are targeting America again is because of the terrible state of the world is in right now. Yeah, there's some stuff. Not everybody agrees on that, but there are some reasons why you want to, target areas and stuff. Danny Radio and Tech. I have the real hardware, but also I'm not going to run it because often some parts are getting more and more expensive to buy. I lost the original power supply on the C64. It's easy to actually fiddle power supplies today and make them run your Commodore 64. I did that with my Commodore 128. My original power supply on that 128 fried. What I did is I replaced two small power supplies that each had the voltages that I needed, and I just fiddled it with the cable and plugged that in, and my Commodore 128 works fine. It's a question of finding just the correct voltages, and it's not that expensive to have it work if you don't care about having the real power supply. Any shortwave button aftermarket 64 power supply for around 70. Yeah, but you can make your own, fiddle your own. If it ever breaks or you ever have a problem, you can make your own for very cheap. The requirements of power of the Commodore computers is not very demanding. It's fairly easy to use other stuff and just here's the power you want. And you have all the documentation online of, what voltage goes where and how much amps you need for each device. The Commodore 128 needs more amps than the Commodore 64, so I used a switching power supply from that I purchased at the electronics surplus store for like $5. And it had several voltages that I could use. And I used that. I plugged that and fiddle with the wires, and 128 works great. And it cost me almost nothing. If you want a real one, yeah, these parts are really getting more expensive because they're getting, even though, there were a lot of Commodore computers sold, but, we got to think about that these things are 40 years old now. So as time goes by, a lot of those computers and those things are disappearing. And God knows how many Commodore computers must probably be in landfills everywhere. You know. Joseph, my favorite BBS still running, and is a Desert Rat Sanctuary. Oh, that's cool. One that I was on, which was one of my favorites, was on the internet as a BBS for quite a long time and only stopped 2 or 3 years ago, which is sad. That gang on that BBS, oh man, we had so much fun. Brian Leesner, my brother still has our Commodore 64 with the 1541 drive. Gunship had be my favorite game. Oh, I played Gunship a lot. I was a little pirate guy back then. When I had my Commodore 128, I had subscribed, so I was, you know, a little out of, you know, a little illegal business running. I was subscribed to a BBS that had all the Commodore games and all the new ones all the time. It was a paid subscription. The guy was asking $20 a month, which was a lot of money in 1988. $20 a month. But I didn't care because with my $20 a month, I would log in and download all the new games. And I mean, this imagine back then on a 1200 baud modem, how long it was. Oh boy. And imagine what the game was like. Oh, this is a 4-disc game. Okay, that's going to be a long one to download. And I don't remember what it was called. I remember that it was like you would download 4 parts, and then with a software on the Commodore, it would take the parts and recreate the full disc and record it on a fresh new 5 1/4 inch floppy. And so I remember there's a lot of disc swapping back in the day. And so at school, a lot of people knew, actually a lot of guys knew, and everybody was telling everybody, if you have a new game you want, Gilles has everything. And he sells them for $5 each. So I would sell each game $5. And you have to give me, you know, floppy disks. I don't give the floppies. I will just, that $5 is just a game. And it came to a point where every week I would have, I don't know, 10, 12, 15 people asking me, oh, can you make me a copy of this game, that game, that game? So I had my little business selling copies of real games. And it was to a point where it was just so funny. Some teachers would come up to me and say, oh, you know, my kid's birthday is coming up and he wants this game, that game, and that game. Do you have that? And I was like, wow, even the teachers are coming up to me. Because, I mean, back then, the games were like 60, 70, 80 bucks. That was a lot of money. So I made money. I probably made several $100s every month selling copies of games. And so, you know, $20 a month for that BBS was nothing. I would just log on. It's like, oh, you want to have Roger Rabbit game? All right, you must have them. And I would go online. It was like, yeah, okay. Who's Roger Rabbit? Download the disc. Here you go. You got a game. I would always test it out and play with it for a while to make sure that it boots up and it works well. And I would tell everybody, if it crashes, if it has any problems, hey, I'll give you your $5 back. Don't worry. So, you know, I was, yeah, doing that back then. Old radios, C64C not supported. Yeah, their C64C is compatible with a C64. There's still a dial-up BBS in Eugene, Oregon. Oh, wow. I don't think there is any of them left here in Montreal. I used to like when there were a few, but I don't have a phone line now, so it doesn't matter. But I have a Amstrad PPC portable 8088 PC from the day. It has a little LCD screen, and it has a integrated 2400 baud modem. And when I got that, I found that in the trash. When I found that, I brought it home, and I found the discs that I could recreate online to the original discs. So put them into floppies, and it booted up fine. And one of the software on the disk was a terminal. And back when I had that, I found it. I was like, oh, I wonder if there's any BBSs in Montreal. And I had found 3 or 4 that were still active. And I would plug in the modem and connect to those BBSs with that laptop, that old, portable computer thing. But I don't think today, I'm not sure. I don't think there's anyone left in Montreal. Oh, man. Master Players Radio and Television remembers having all 3 media players, Windows Media, Real, and QuickTime. Yeah. Some games actually installed QuickTime and Real because they would use those to have some of the game's videos playing. I have a game here, which was my first mini golf game, which is just so amazing, from Sierra. And it asks for QuickTime to work. And the only way I can have it working is I load a Windows XP image in a virtual environment, and from there I installed a CD on Windows XP, and I can play it. It doesn't work that great, but it works, Music Man of Jazz, first computer, TRS-80 Model 1. My first was a VIC-20. Masters Players Radio and Television, later having installed a codec to play all formats. Yep. And then 19657 ZX81. I'll have one of those too, by the way. Kevin Michael, what is Crave TV? Got it via the internet. I am getting Canada. I look like Canadian or British TV. Yeah, Crave is a paid channel. It's a series of paid channel from Bell. Here you have to pay extra to get Crave TV here, and so they're Canadian. They're Bell related type. Think about it as Bell's Netflix. That's Crave TV. Skidiology. I don't know why the North America frequency to Radio Exterior España stopped working, though. I assume the transmitter is just having issues. Yeah, it is. It definitely must be the transmitter. Because that frequency 9690. Andrew the Xer, what about the Atari 2600 consoles and games, the landfill they found with unsold ET games? Yeah. Yeah, I got the original 2600 here, right here on my right. Right now it has Missile Command cartridge in it. And I got a box there with about 50 games for it. And it works fine. It didn't have a power supply when I got it. And I found a proper power supply. So it works fine. And from time to time I power it up and play some of the old games. Master Players, plus I did not hear the English broadcast as it was not up at the time. It was supposed to be on this week on RE. So, did you hear it? hear the broadcast at least? Because I tried this week, but the 12030, the propagation was so bad. 12030 was unusable, so I couldn't even get Radio Exterior de España. That's why I missed 9690. So, and you say that English wasn't there this week? London 19657, I was a floppy dealer. Yeah, pretty much. Hey, some sell drugs, some sell floppies. Joseph, how many radios did you buy? Actually, I would put all of that money back into Commodore stuff. I would not buy radios. I would put all of that money back into computers and hardware, buying a printer, and buying other stuff for Commodore. Which was expensive. Buying the 1084 monitor, which cost, I mean, that was expensive. The 1084 monitor was like $600 Canadian back in the day. $600 in 1988 was a lot of money. 1987, or even earlier. And I mean, that was the money I used. I mean, people would call me on the phone. I had my own phone line. Because, not just because my mom was tired of me, hogging the line with the modem. But it's like I would get phone calls all the time. It was like, oh, I'm wondering if you have this game or that software. Oh, God. Danny, Radio and Tech, remember punching holes? Yeah, I remember punching holes to make those discs. It flipped the disc over. Yeah. Blonde Man, have you heard the name Kim Schmitz? By the way, Mega Upload. Yeah. That guy. Where he's disappeared since he's got in like really big trouble back in the day. I haven't heard that guy and that name in a long time. And he's got into like really big trouble. Sun Templars got the Atari 2600, Atari 800, Apple IIc, Atari 1040 ST E, which is the one I have here. My Atari has a problem with the output to the video. The computer works, but the RF transmitter for the video has gone bad. It might be just capacitors to change. Tassov, nice to have you here. Good man, nice to have you here from Ireland. Kevin Michael, I used to make... oops. There we go. I used to make UHF leaf band receivers out of UHF channel tuners in grade school. Pretty cool. Yeah, Sierra Games, Joseph, they were some of the best. They were some of the best. They were just amazing. I was playing the other day on the Amiga 500 I got here. I was looking through all the games, and I saw that I have King's Quest's series, and I've got so I got King's Quest, Leisure Suit Larry, and which I had a blast. Leisure Suit Larry, one of the best ones, I think it was Leisure Suit Larry 6, came with a scratch and sniff card. And I still remember I got it for like $5 on sale in a store. And, oh God, it's like, what happens. Like he goes to the beach, you scratch, and it smells like, suntan lotion. And, of course, then he gets into a room and you hear a fart. What do you think you're going to do? You got to scratch that number. It's like, yeah, of course, he just farted. It smells like crap. But it was fun. It was fun. No, Sierra had amazing games. I remember the Gabrielle Knight series with the, which was a werewolf series. Oh God, that was so amazing good. That was great. That reminds me of my sister that died of cancer, because we would play all of these games together. We would play adventure games. We would play the all of those, those adventure games, and there were so many good ones, man. Ah, God. Loudman 648, listening to Radio Caroline all night in Germany. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Do you have Texan PL330, XH data 328, or XH data 219, or RTL SDR ACK RF? I do have all the mentioned radios except the HAC RF or RTL SDR. But I do have the PL330, the XH data 328 and 219. I have both of them. All three of them. Yes. London ZX81 was 40 pounds and involved lots of typing and zero graphics. Yep. Yep. Then you Shortwave, Asteroids, Missile Command, and Pitfall. So I got all three of them here. I got all three cartridges here. I got these three games and different games that I got. Good man. When you think of Nintendo, this is where it's not... Actually, you know what's interesting? I was a PC gamer. When Nintendo came out, I was in the PC and I was in the PC games. So consoles were never something I actually purchased. Some friends of mine had the Nintendo, and I remember I would go to a friend of mine and would play Super Mario like all night. And I remember I had a blast. I thought it was really cool. But I was a PC guy, and a PC gamer. So my life was mostly into PC gaming and doing PC stuff. So I never had those consoles, the Nintendos, the PlayStations, and so on. Purely because I was really a PC gamer. Yes, Skidology. 15500 to North America was gone for a long, long time. I don't remember, but it didn't even last very long into these summer schedules. I think it went off somewhere like in June or July and was gone for a long, long time. Eamon G. Doherty, nice to have you here. Much appreciated to have you on board. London 19657, Counter 64, Atari 800, SD 1200, Dragon 32. He's hiding in New Zealand, Blendman, the Kim. I don't remember last time I saw something about or a news item about that guy. Because, I mean, he's kind of wanted for a lot of, I don't know. Atari, nice to have you here. London, Leisure Suit Larry 6, yeah. That was sleazy. Anybody that doesn't know what Leisure Suit Larry is, think about a loser that just trying to get, it's simple. It's a loser that's always trying to get sex. And it's funny in its own way. I got into Lizard Suit Larry because of a friend of mine that I played that on the PC for the first time. A friend of mine said, "Oh, I've done this game and I've done the story. Do you want it?" He would give me the games all the time. He was like, "Okay, he would buy the games, and once he'd played the game through the game, it was like, hey, we got a game for you. Here you go." And that's where I saw Leisure Suit Larry for the first time. And it's through my friend, actually, that I got Leisure Suit Larry, King's Quest. What were the other ones? Roger Wilco series. The Space Quest. Space Quest. These were all because of him. He would give me the, okay, I went through Space Quest 2. Here. So I did them all because he was giving me all of those games. And I loved them. Sierra was amazing. Mike WS50, I went to a movie that had scratch and sniff for different scenes. I think they called it Smell-O-Vision or something like that. Yeah, there were movies that did that, absolutely. Gary 24 fan, my college roommate had Leisure Suit Larry. I used to call it Leisure Suit Larry. Sierra did a lot of car racing games. Yeah, they did. They were amazing. Sierra was top notch in the gaming. Marshall, the vaping trucker, woot, finally caught a live stream. Pretty cool. Welcome aboard. So if we see a vaping trucker somewhere on the road, maybe we think it's you. Man. I have Space Invaders on mine too. I do have the cartridge for Space Invaders. The cartridges I have are like the most popular that actually were sold. Atari thinks he hears Radio Slovakia in 5850. Yes. Yes, absolutely. And I don't know what's the next step for Radio Slovakia as they are supposed to shut down by the soon, basically by the end of the year. It's like Deutsche Welle. Deutsche Welle also apparently will be shutting down by the end of the year, unfortunately. Yeah, writing to Radio Slovakia to let them know that they're not going to, that you're listening in, try not to shut down. It would be really good if you guys write to Radio Slovakia, let them know. Nobody mentioned Sputnik. Oh, God. A voice of Shortwave is on 15770. Yeah, so here's a guy. For those that don't know, voice of Shortwave Radio. If I put it here, 1577.
.com, and I'll get those pictures posted. Also on our website, you can catch up with us from the past broadcasts. I list all the past broadcasts on there. VOSR International started on February 28th of 2025, and I have all the past broadcasts listed there. You can also go over to my YouTube channel, Wavepress Guy. I have a playlist with all the past broadcasts. So there's a couple ways that you can catch up and listen to our past shows. And you can also check us out on a Reddit group, Grundig Shortwave Radio. And you don't have to worry, you don't have to have a Grundig. All radios are welcome. But I do post updates about the show. There's a lot of people that post their reception reports and receptions of different DXing that they're picking up. We ask questions about shortwave radio and about equipment. So go ahead and go and join our group over there on Reddit. Go to Grundig Shortwave Radio. And lastly, just a reminder that I am sending out our second version of our postcard QSL cards. So if you...
So guys, what I'm going to do for a second is I'm going to go and do my caregiving duties. I'll leave you with the sounds of Voice of Shortwave Radio, and we're going to be back in about 2 or 3 minutes.
Give your mailing address. I will get those mailed out to you. Again, that's VOSRINT @yahoo.com. Or you can go to the website, click the mail icon. These may take a little while to get after I mail them out. For those of you that are new, I live on the small island of Molokai in Hawaii. We got some that took quite a long time to get. The longest one was about 2 months that went out to Russia. But then we've had most take close to a week. I think we've only had 1 or 2 take a little bit less than a week. So they will take a little bit longer to get. And then please, if you do get one, send me an email just confirming that you got it. So then that gives me an idea of, I can tell people how long they might take to get. And now, on with the show. All right, we'll move over to the equipment segment. And this one is going to be part 3 of the K180WLA antenna series now, I guess. And this is going to be my final thoughts. So I've had the antenna for a while now, and up and running. And so it has turned to my #1 antenna. It has surpassed the MLA 30 plus. Out here, it definitely works better. There's the lower noise floor is really big. There's a lot less noise, which makes the stations come in much more clear, even though it doesn't show up that way for the S units on the S meter. That's one of the things for the MLA 30 plus. I usually had to get about, if I had an S7, then over the speaker I'd be able to listen that way, unplug my headphones, walk around, and still listen to the whatever's being broadcast, and it comes in pretty well. So S7 was my minimum for that. With this K180WLA, that's gone down. If I get an S6 and even an S5.5, it is good enough because the noise is so much lower that I can plug the headphones and just go ahead and listen normally like you listen to a radio. So, but for those faint signals coming in, and that's one of the things that I like about the hobby is turning the dial and trying to bring in these faint signals that I haven't picked up before. So I was wondering how I was going to handle that. Because there was much less noise, I didn't know if it was covering up some or what was going on. But the noise on the MLA 30 plus was what covers it up, and I couldn't hear anything. But for if I get on the MLA 30 plus, I would pick up stuff barely audible. I could add an S3 with this K180 WLA. I'm picking up stuff between 1 and 2 that I can faintly hear stuff. And I always hear better in my headphones, so I always pick up stations and signals better with the headphones on. So where I could listen on the K180WLA, where I can listen to it just unplugged and let my radio speaker and listen to it. Like I said, between F5 and F6. With this, when it's lower and when it's coming in a little bit less, I can go to S3 probably and still make it out in the headphones. And a lot of times, making it out of the headphones, I can definitely sit there and listen to it. But that definitely wasn't the case with the MLA 30 plus. If I had an S3, because the noise floor was right up against that, I wouldn't be able to make it out. I could definitely hear there's a signal that someone's talking or there's music playing, but I wouldn't be able to make it out. So with this K180WLA, that is possible. Is the difference huge? It's big enough to me. It's definitely big enough to make the switch. There's a few things that it's got going for it, and they might not be benefits for everyone, because I live in a condo. Portability it means a lot to me, because I can only set up my antennas on the lanai, but I have to take them down. I can't have anything permanent out there. This is definitely smaller. It's only 22 inches in diameter. It's pretty small. It's mounted on that on the PVC tube that they give you, and I just if you went over to VOSRinternational.com and saw the pictures, I only mounted it on a broom so I can get this broadcast out and do some testing with it. I'm going to be putting it on another piece of PVC, so it'll be easier to take up and down. And that's how I have my MLA 30 Plus mounted on a separate piece of PVC. So having that, it's just a lot easier to take up and down. It's smaller. I don't have to worry about it hitting on anything. If somebody's going to try to use this inside and put it up against the window, that smaller diameter is going to make a difference to you. So it's definitely worth thinking about. One of the negatives is definitely that FM switch being on, at the antenna, and in that box, it's watertight. It's not convenient at all to switch it. So you have to think long and hard. If you're getting this antenna, if you're going to be using it as FM all the time, that's going to be fine because you're not going to be using the switch. If you are going to switch back and forth between, or if you're going to use, like me, if you're going to mostly use shortwave, it's going to be okay. So it's really not a huge negative to me, but it's definitely going to be a negative to a lot of people out there who want to be able to use this antenna as.
So this is the voice of shortwave radio, VOSR. Maybe I should check out. He's been asking me to do a recorded bit to be on his show that I would send him, or maybe a Zoom that we would actually connect together and have a discussion. So I'll be checking it out. Yeah, Police Quest. The Police Quest games. Yeah. Schedulogy. A similar thing happened with 7850 HU, but that's been back for a while now. Yeah, Heroes Quest and Space Quest. I'll show the vaping trucker left Space Invaders. It is a great game. Voice of Turkey in English on 5960 right now. This is to North America. Let's see here how good it is right now in 5960. You see here tonight, it's really not great. 5960 is a hard one tonight here. What else do we have at this time? If I look at, so we're at 23 UT now. 23 UT. Radio Romania in English, yeah, Western Europe. 6030 to Western Europe. Let me check if 690. Yeah, it's okay, nothing more. So getting CFRX 6070, but 49 meter to band is iffy here right now. It's interesting. It seems like Radio Nacional. Oh, they're back. Okay. Radio Nacional Amazonas. No, they're off the air right now. Or there's no signal. 11780 is off right now. I don't see it. So that's interesting. For, I'll leave it on the frequency, see if it comes back. Z-Tube, nice to have you here from Germany. Much appreciated. Not even. DW is shutting down because they're shutting down. I don't think anybody's shutting down because of the internet. They're just shutting down, and they don't think that it's important to have a shortwave presence. Good man, are you a ham operator? Yes, Victor Echo 2, Zulu, Zulu, India. Kev Michael has Airport Com San Francisco. And 11828, are you sure the frequency? That's in the middle of the 25 meter band. Mike B, 15770, faint in Colorado. Yep, the International Space Station is doing some image, slow scan TV images, absolutely. Ryan Lisner, 15770, nothing. This is why I'm doubting my hardware today. Yeah, I don't know. Because there are dead spots. There are areas where you might be hearing it. You know. Might be faint and noisy. Tori, I really do not like listening to Hal Turner on WRMI after UFO Joe. London, 19657. I was born in a small town just outside Wedlock. Conditions are here, and here's the thing. Here, and then I'm closer north than a lot of people. Conditions are not great for me. They're okay, nothing more. They could be better than that, honestly. By the way, I just want to add that if you like what I do, if you follow me every week, if you enjoy what you hear, what you see, tuning the bands, talking radio, sharing stories of computers, old-time computers, and all sorts of things. Sometimes we even talk music. And it's just a fun gang. We're here together having a lot of fun. Don't forget, you can send me a donation through the Super Chat. And of course, there's the pizza fund. You know, I might actually not have enough food. And, you know, without food, I can't continue doing this. Pizza fund and cat treats through PayPal at this email. You have no idea, guys, how this is appreciated. This helps me continue, helps me pay for example, the Shibo GA490 magnetic loop that I got this week to put these radios back in action. This all comes out of the donations that I get here. They're much, much appreciated. You have no idea how it helps. You have no idea how it maintains this channel. Without them, I probably would not be making much videos anymore here, because that is what's keeping this channel alive. Pretty much. So thank you all for your donation. Don't forget that those that donate, there will be 2 Canadian International DX Club memberships that will be given away at Christmas by Santa Claus. Plus, Santa has a surprise box for you guys. And it's going to be a pretty interesting surprise box, guys. So I'll need money to actually send it out to whoever wins it. Because if it has to go to the United States or anywhere else, the shipping cost is going to be pretty expensive. So that also will help. So thanks, everybody, for being here. Thanks for the donations. Thanks for making this possible. Without you guys, this would not happen, actually. This would not be something that is here every week. And kind of trying to target, you know, the first time donator, you know, that you never gave anything maybe, but you know what, you have all these fancy radios, and you know, you have the I know them people can't give. I understand that, but you know, maybe you can give and you never did, and it's like you're here all the time, and well, if you're here all the time, why not why not think about it? All right, guys. It's really, really important. Okay, as we continue tonight in our... so first I want to thank Brian Leisner, R. Dodd, and Kevin Davidson, Blogger Die, for your donations tonight through PayPal. So thank you so much for that. All right. So it seems that the the Radio Nacional Amazonas is kind of off right now. Yeah, well, the past few days they weren't really good. Atari, I guess you cannot add an antenna for medium wave on the SH Data D808. Well, it doesn't have the possibility to have an external antenna for medium wave, but you can get something like a Texan AM200 loop, which actually will couple with the XH data, and that will increase. That loop does help a lot and increase the signals of medium wave. So you can try something like that, and all you have to do is put the radio close to the antenna. They will couple. The ferrite will couple with that loop and increase the signal levels. I need to play more with that. I know you guys would like to see more videos of the AM200. It's a very nice little loop antenna, honestly. Atari VOSR must be one of the new additions to Shortwave in the last year. Yeah, this kind of started this year, basically. I don't remember really, before this year hearing anything like that. HF Pirate, yeah, it's kind of unsettled right now. Pretty unsettled as conditions. And the closer you are to the, Arctic Circle, the more it shows. And here tonight it shows that propagation isn't great. The Quotacent can do external and medium wave as well as the PL330 and so and PL880 and PL990 and H501X all can do it. All can do it. So, The Dutchman 996, I'm on Vancouver Island, 9900, CNR1, Voice of China coming in from China on Seacrane Skywave, a little whip. Yeah, on the West Coast, you guys hear a lot of signals coming out of China, and there's a lot of signals from Asia for you guys. They're much easier than here on the East Coast. Brian Leisner, certain original versions of the PL880 can do external antenna for medium wave. My copy cannot, and Anna and Onco confirmed that for me. Also, they changed that, so it's not all the PL880s. The newer ones cannot. Huh, that's interesting. Okay. Jean Arash, what I see about Deutsche Welle is that the Kremlin is shutting down their Moscow office. Okay. Thank you, Paul Richardson. Much appreciated. And thank you, VE9VW. One of the things I wanted to mention also, once again, let me see here. I'm going to go to the DX clusters. If you guys want to have, if you're an amateur operator, want to have a certificate, Victor Charlie 9, Romeo Alpha Foxtrot is active for the Veterans Appreciation Month for the Canadian Air Force and Armed Forces, and they are active as VC9 RAF, CAF, sorry, Canadian VC9 CAF, I'm sorry, Victor Charlie 9, Charlie Alpha Foxtrot. and they are on for this month. And if you make one contact, you get one certificate. If you make a contact on 3 different bands, you get another certificate. And if you make another contact on 5 different bands, you have the 3rd certificate. And it's to, just endorse the Canadian Forces and the Appreciation Month. The operators of the station, which are from the Atlantic DX Contest Club, are all veterans. They are not active members of the armed forces anymore, but they're all veterans, and they take turn making contacts. They don't seem to be on right now, but check them out. I want to make sure that I can make some contacts with them. I found that yesterday for the first time when I saw them on the air. So they're not on right now. They were on earlier today on 12 meters and 10 meters. So we're going to see about that. It's kind of cool. So okay, Michael getting Mongolia radio on 17800. Dakota Turk Advantage antenna is better for the small portables. Set it near the radio and tune. What else do we have? David Snyder, how do you know if your PL880 can add an external medium wave antenna? That's a good question. I guess either by firmware version, maybe. Or, let me check that out. How would you know? How do you know? There's an external internet jack, but its use for medium wave and long wave is not officially documented, but may require specific, often complex steps. Yeah. Forcing the Texan PL880 to use an external antenna on medium wave, long wave. It seems that the video was removed. Huh. Okay. If I look at Texan Australia's shortwave, okay. Okay. AM external. It's a good question. It's a good question. Anybody have an answer to that question? Of how would you know if your PL880 accepts external antenna on medium wave? Thank you, Gary24 fan, for the donation. Much appreciated. Don't worry about the amount. That's not the problem. The amount isn't the problem. The problem is the amount of people that should be donating it or not. That's very different. But whatever you give, you should never, never, never say you're sorry. You are contributing more than a majority of people, and that is where it's really good that you contribute. What else do we have? James Farley misses the Feral Guide to the Shortwave Frequencies book. It was really useful. Good night, Art. Take care. Stay safe. Madeline's Kits. Hello there. Nice time. Long time no see. Nice to have you here. Paul is back. Two Broke Tim, thank you so much for the donation. I hope you're still having fun with that SDR Play device. Okay, Michael says all shortwave bands are very weak at my area now, right now. Brian Lee's the firmware version of PL880 were identical, which makes it more confusing. That's why I contacted Anna. That is weird. So it means that a firmware version doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything. So it's based on when it was. It's interesting that they made that change, though. Why would they have made that change? Skidology. Look at Amazon listings for the PL330. It's like 180 Canadian dollars. Are they really that expensive, or are the sellers scalping? Two things. It has to do with two things, man. It has to do with the Canadian dollar being crappy and tariffs. That's all I can say. But the best place, I'm going to go check there. The best place, I would never buy a Texan radio, by the way, on Amazon. Here, the Texan PL330. What do I have here? Texan PL330. Does it show up? Yeah, PL. Yeah, 176. Here I got it at $176. 176. They are crazy. When you think that I purchased mine several years ago for, I don't know, $70. Let's check Anonco. Anonco directly. Anonco is the place to buy any Texan receiver in general. Anonco. How much does Anonco sell it? Let's check that out. Texan radios. Says B. Texan PL330. Do I have that here? They're coming very. The radios are inexpensive now in Canada. 330. So you see, if you get it through Anonco, oh, look at that. They have it at 79 US, I guess, but it says delivers to the United States only. Okay, and here, let me check this one. Oh, here you go. So, Anonco has it for $64, which I would guess is US. If I add to cart, proceed to checkout. Checkout. $77.24 with shipping. Apparently. It doesn't say what currency though, but I would guess that must be US. So even if it's US, 77.24. If I go here, 77.24 in Canadian would be 105 Canadian dollars. So if you buy it from Anonco, you'll get it for 105-ish. Plus, remember, you might have to pay the taxes when it gets here, another $15. But it's less expensive buying it from Anonco directly. Okay, what else do we have? Matt, MDK2, nice to have you here. In Denver, Colorado. For some reason, I jumped over your name or something. I didn't see it. James Farley, I'm thinking of modifying my AN200 by sorting out some of the loops of wire to get higher frequencies, maybe like 160 meters and above. Huh. David Snyder, how do you donate via PayPal? Well, what you do is you go to paypal.com and there you create an account and they're going to ask you how you want to pay, either through a link bank account or a credit card. And so when you say you want to give money, you give, when I put the email, like the PayPal email that I put, you just say you're going to send money, you want to send money to the email address that I post. And so when you send money to there, it actually sends it to me. So that's one way. I don't know if you have to create an account to use PayPal. I think they do have a service where you can just say, I want to send money to someone, and it's a one-off thing. I'm not sure if you actually need an account for it. Or else you can click the super chat here and the dollar bill and follow the instructions. They're going to ask you how you want to pay and what you want to give. Liquefier, nice to have you here. Tune in Tokyo. So welcome aboard. Yeah, or personally, I don't think they would do that. I think they did that for some technical reason that maybe they made a newer version and they found out, like, they updated or upgraded the circuit board, and it's like for some reason it was better to remove that option. It's kind of weird that they would remove something like that. I don't think that would be because of the newer radios. I think there must be some reason that it could be some reason they found out that, when we do that, the radio behaves in a different way, or it is weird that they have removed it, but then there has to be a reason. And I would not go in that side saying, they removed it because they have newer radios that do it. You want to sell a radio. Whatever you sell, even if it's not the newest one, you're still making money. So there's no logic in, buy a newer version. I think it must have to do with some technical thing that happens, I guess. James Farley, Texan AN48. Oh, yeah, that is junk. The Texan AN48 antenna is a piece of junk. Absolutely. So, yeah, I think I jumped over your name, Matt, when I was going down the list earlier. It's nice to have you here. No, you don't pay at the door, Scatology. What they do is so when you order, you give an email, and then that email at some point is going to say, okay, you owe customs this amount for taxes, which is the sales tax, basically. So what they do is they give you a link, and they tell you, go online here and pay online. And you'll pay online on the whatever. Often it's the shipping company itself that will. So if it's Canada Post, it's a Canada Post link you'll have, and they're going to say, you owe us this amount. And if you don't pay it, we won't deliver. We just won't deliver. So it depends on what company is used to send you that item. And it's not given that you will have to pay. Sometimes the radios go through, and this is the mystery of of those taxes is you'll buy, 5 times the same thing. You'll pay 3 times, and 2 times you won't pay. And you're like, okay, why didn't I pay this time? So it's a hit or miss. It's if you're lucky, you won't pay taxes. If you're not, and a non-co. The other reason why a non-co for me is where you should buy your Texan receivers is that they have the most amazing after. Oh well, David, I just posted the email. I thought you didn't know how to pay with PayPal. I just posted the email. That Yahoo email that I just posted is the one you're using. Yeah, I know there's a also another thing. That somebody asked me the other day or a few weeks ago how to pay via there's a thing called Cash App, and I know it's a new thing. It's one of those things now that you can actually send money internationally with so I haven't looked into that Cash App thing for sure. No, you don't have to link a bank account, Brian Leisner. You can link just a credit card and that's it. You don't have to link a bank account, absolutely. James Farley, for everyone having problems turning your PL880 on, the problem is a super capacitor on the keyboard and it can be replaced. Huh. Um, Old radios. I want to get the same Ethon radio that I got at the monthly swap that had liquid damage. Oleg, this is what I meant by summer 11875 versus winter 5960. I could not catch the summer one and this hour versus winter without a problem, at least so far. Yeah. Thank you, David Snyder. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Brian Leisner, PL880 thing is annoying. Mine has a manufacture date of 0425. Huh. It is kind of interesting. It is interesting. It's like, why? Why? And there's no. One of the things that a lot of people, and I personally don't think it exists. I get annoyed people just telling me that I'm wrong, I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I got a PL 680. My PL 680 is off by a kilohertz. And I always get well, you can actually, you can, you know, put that frequency display and calibrate it. No, you can't. And so everybody says, yeah, you can, you got to do this. I do this on mine, it doesn't do anything. And every time I search online for, okay, who did it? I've never seen a soul do it. It's a bunch of people saying, yeah, you can do it like this. No, you can't. Okay, stop saying you can when you can't. And this annoys me when somebody's like just convinced that you can, it's you just don't know how to do it. And in reality, it's like, no, you can't. Because if you can, there would be a YouTube video on doing it from somebody else. There are no YouTube videos, and there are only 3 or 4 people saying you do this, you do that, you do this, you do that. But no front video, picture, somebody saying, here, look. Nobody's showing it. So, this gets me mad sometimes. And you know what? Are there some of you out there? I'll ask this question because now it's intriguing. Anyone here in the chat can confirm that they can actually use their PL880 with an external a medium wave antenna, that they did what it takes to make sure that it works. Just out of curiosity, so that we know that somebody actually did it. And if nobody in the chat did it ever, was there ever really a way to do it? That's the other question. So I don't know, because when I was searching on Google for when did it change, all I get is people saying, well, how do you do it? And people answering back, well, you know, there's the hidden features. Yeah, but where's the video, or where's that person saying, look, this is how you do it? So this is where I'm curious. It's like, is that the same as the case of the Texan PL680? That's what I want to know. So anybody really did it here in the chat room that can confirm, yeah, I did it on mine and it works? Just out of curiosity. RJ Dakota, personally don't like the idea of simulcasting medium wave stations on more than 3 frequencies across the FM band. I have a few of those here. One large FM station, a talk station, is now on 3 separate frequencies. Yeah, there's kind of a nonsense and a waste of you know, use of frequencies basically. Tosalo, my PL330 has a minor bug where the local oscillator wobbles our FMs slightly, but I haven't heard of anyone having the same issue yet. I may have the only one that does it. Where does it warble? When do you hear it warble? And I will mention one thing here. Keep this away of all your Texan radios. If this is near your radio, it will warble. Does the high signal level of your smartphone, when it's sending out data, actually affects all Texan radios? I know because I don't know how many times I had to take my phone, put it somewhere else, further away from the radios, because it would warble on shortwave or on single sideband. And once I take the phone and put it farther away from the radio's fine. So make sure that when it happens, your smartphone wasn't close. And when I mean close, it doesn't have to be next to the radio. Your shirt pocket is close enough. Even 2 feet away is close enough. Do take the phone and put it away. I noticed that on all of my Texan radios, that the smartphone definitely has a big impact. What else do we have? Okay. Brian Leisner, yes, curious. I stood on my head trying to get medium wave working on PL880, researching on the internet. I found that curious. The firmware was changed without bumping the version number. Yeah, that isn't usually when the firmware changes. There's a version number that changes too. James Farley, maybe you can use a drone from the United States to Canada to get a radios cheaper. Bypassing the border with drones bringing radios. No more drones bringing drugs. Now drones are bringing in radios. Brian Listener says, can confirm I had a problem and no questions asked. Anna RMA'd my radio painlessly. Yeah. This is where they I live in Onco. It's nothing's complicated. It is the place. But the truth. Nice to have you here from Toronto. Yeah, that's the thing, Oleg. Yeah, but I haven't seen anybody show it. I haven't seen anybody show it. I don't care about there's a hidden feature. I haven't seen anybody show it. So there isn't a way to do it if nobody shows it, because there's always someone that's going to show it. This is where we have to be careful. I want to see someone do it, or tell me, yeah, I did it and it did work. Tosalov, if you can't find it, upload it. I guess YouTube should have everything. Yeah. I haven't seen any videos of the PL680 that I have fixed. No videos. Well, if you can do it, why are there no videos? If you can do it, there's always a freaking video. There's always that guy that's going to do it. I would be doing it if I could do it on mine, and no, they can't. So this is where, sometimes I have the impression that some people are in the, yeah, you can do it. No, you can't. Oh, yeah, you can do it. I know you can do it. Well, show me. I want to see it. It just want to see it. I want to see somebody that did it. Oleg, it's a lie until it confirms otherwise, and Google is not always accurate. Yeah. Yeah, the PL880, 990, the PL990 does have that feature. We know. PL330 has that feature. Tough enough, warble, and specific modes, AM everywhere, and whatever mode it is, or Tough enough. I have to listen more. I haven't listened to my PL330 in a long time. Need to take it out for a spin. Sheila LaSalle, nice to have you on board. Close enough. My phone's always close to everything, so maybe that's it. Yeah. I've noticed because I make videos, and so because I make videos with my phone, when I do radio videos, my phone was always very close to the radio. So it actually sometimes is a problem because I want to show you something, but I have to make a video, which makes my phone close to the radio. Sometimes I kind of use the zoom on the phone to kind of put the phone a little further away. But sometimes there's just no way. I can't make the video because, the radio is just behaving bad because of my phone now. RJ Dakota, on PL880, I could indeed have a medium wave external antenna. I had to long press on number 3 while in medium wave mode. Don't hold me to that, but it was my personal experience. Okay. It's interesting. A Texan conspiracy. Prasad Asadalkar, nice to have you here, Dr. Prasad. Always nice to have you on board. Oh, I'm sure it must be in some parts of the world, radio smuggling with drones. Absolutely. Sheila, yep, show me the evidence. Brother Stair said he could do it. Yeah, it could do everything, apparently. Brian Leisner, long press 3, does nothing for him. And what does it say? Does it say something on your display when you do that long press 3? does it turn on something, say something, RJ Dakota, on the display, like, I don't know, antenna on or whatever? Kev, Michael, I've seen a show, Young R1 radio. It has FM and shortwave, no AM or medium wave. Why is that? Yeah, I have the R1 here, which is, by the way, the most beautifully crafted radio I've ever seen in modern times. It is a beautiful, beautiful wooden cabinet. It is absolutely great craftsmanship. I mean, they put effort in the looks. So I use mine almost exclusively for rebroadcasting Bluetooth audio from my computer. When I play things like, World of Radio or Wavescan or whatever, I'll play it through the radio, find it cool. What Shoyung told me is that because in China medium wave isn't much of a thing, they thought that medium wave was not important. And I did write back to them saying, well, medium wave in North America is still pretty big. And so for that radio to be sold in North America, it would have been nice to have medium wave in it. But I guess it's their knowledge of what radio is in China versus the world. They don't know how different it is from, North America to Europe to Asia. So they thought, well, medium wave must not be important if it's not important here in China. Matter of the XR, we'll try that, Jay Dakota said. And if it works, then we'll upload a video showing it. NDK2, everyone remembered hit the like if you haven't already. RJ Dakota doesn't want to have tar and feathers. Too late. I'll bring the tar. Who brings the feathers? And where do we meet? I think Alex Jones talked about it. Yeah, there's a special feature on some of the radios, but it's a hidden secret. Make sure the governments don't know. Yeah, Wile E. Coyote. Dawson, I was hoping there was a secret way to turn off the AGC. This is the biggest feature missing in almost all portable radios. A decent automatic gain control. That is such a missing feature on the modern portables. So that when we're in single sideband, things are much smoother. One company that's got it pretty good is CNG, and the ATS 909 series. It ain't that bad. It actually is pretty good. Skidology says, I actually like that. SDR Sharp has a noise reduction feature out. It's set to the London Shortwave preset, which is the most clearest one that doesn't sound all muffled. Yeah, there's here I was trying it earlier. The SDR console software I'm using with my AirSpy HF Plus also has noise reduction, but in single sideband it's good, and this will be pretty much what I will say. For the most part, on broadcasts, it doesn't work very well. On single sideband, depending on the signal levels and all, it actually could work surprisingly well sometimes. But it depends on what you're listening to. All right, RJ Dakota. All right. Yeah, it's the weekend. Usually the weekend is there's some contests all the time, so there probably could be a contest of some sort. Or at least they're on the other radios that do take a 3 long press medium wave shortwave or boat on the display after the display shows CH5. RTTY, yeah. Oh, I recall I think we talked about it last week. There is a RTTY contest this this weekend, I believe. Right, at least their procedure is documented differently on the hidden features cheat sheet for the 880. Well, from what I understand, it's that the medium wave band in China seems to be rather dead. And that's why they thought that medium wave was not an important thing to implement. And even shortwave is implemented in a very interesting way because it doesn't have an external antenna on it. And they didn't want to put that because, you know what, that's the thing with that Shenyang R1 also. They wanted that radio to be a beautiful piece of art. And honestly, they have succeeded in making it a beautiful piece of art. It definitely is one of the most, one of the closest thing to what is an antique radio. And it is beautifully handcrafted. I mean, they did say that the wooden cabinet is actually made by hand. So it definitely they went to, you know, great lengths to have it looking amazingly good. I mean, the grill on the front, you have the impression of having a real antique radio in your hand. The only little things that, you know, they missed, the LED lighting, the colors of the LED lighting in the display for the tuning. It doesn't match. That color doesn't exist in a antique radio. It looks like LED-ish. So there's a few little things, but yeah, somehow for them medium wave is not anything important, and I think they just don't understand that in North America it is. James Farley, hey, this SSB distorted crunchy. Yeah, because it punches in too fast. When the AGC isn't set right, it just punches in really, really too fast. And it is sometimes a little harsh on the ears. So it's kind of it is kind of interesting when we look at that, for sure. It's 0 hours. What's that? Is there any? So let's check pirates first of all. Any pirates of any kind that are interesting? So yeah, there are a couple of NIDs right now. Let me just check my SDR if I could spot anything interesting on 69. So I don't see much in terms of pirate activity right now. Although there are a few unidentified stations that are listed. And if we look at broadcast, what's at 0 UT? Anything at 0 UT worth mentioning on the schedules? So 0 UT, 0 UT. Nothing much. Let me go back. 001. So 024. Oh, okay, beginning. 001. Missing out on here. So 0 to 01. Slovakia 0 to 030. Prague, that was in Spanish. Slovakia is in Slovak. China radio. Not much. BBC from Oman on 6155. That's interesting. South Asia. I wonder if that comes into North America. 6155. Let's check that out. 6155 for the BBC. Would that make a signal here? Nothing much. I hear a very powerful signal. Okay, actually, I guess that's why they're not on 11780. Radio Nacional Amazona is definitely very powerful on 6180 right now. I hear it really well. 6180, Radio Nacional Amazonas, Brazil is very, very good signal right now. So that's why they're not 11780. A particular PL880 came with a short cheat sheet which was lost in a move in your home. Okay. James Farley, even the old Crosley Cathedral style radios had pretty good reception and sound on AM. Scatology, like it helps me able to make out what a speaker is saying. Tosanov, I've been looking at the pirate band, but just hear some VFO swishes. Actually, it's probably what you're hearing are the Iona sounds, the sweepers that go through the band for propagation purposes, which is pretty. There are a lot of them, So once again, for those that don't know, there's the International Space Station is going to have from the 12th to the 19th some slow scan television, and you can use any scanner radio, by the way, to hear them. It's not that difficult. And you can decode, you can either record the audio and then decode later, or decode at any time the signal. Yeah, Radio Nacional just ID'd 6180, pretty strong signal. So 145-800 in the VHF 2-meter range. You take a portable scanner radio with you and you go outside, and you'd be surprised at how easy it is to hear the International Space Station. So Man Reader DXer says, I found out the trick for the 880 to work on the external antenna, and it works. It is not the number 3 trick. More complicated. So he's going to do a video. Our friend Man Reader DXer will do a video for that. So I guess we can look at that and see when he posts the video how to do it. Maybe it will work on every 880. Who knows? Mike B has 6180 in Colorado. David Ward 6180, strong and fading here in Central Texas. So pretty strong with some good. This reminds me a little bit of HCJB. I mean, it's not the same music, but the Brazilian music is kind of nice to listen to. And on Saturday nights, often they have a nice evening of Brazilian music, and it's pretty cool to listen to. So pretty cool to have Brazil along with that beautiful music as we can listen to them. And they have a commitment of really making this, an important transmission on shortwave. Kind of saying that, you know what, this is very important, and this is going to continue for a long time. They understand how it is important. They're saying that it's important for them to use that on having programs that works on the whole territory, where they can actually make even the most remote areas of Brazil. They find out it's kind of the only way to really cover the whole country. So it's pretty cool. Tobruk Tim, all I hear. One of your biggest problems, Tobruk Tim, is you know what? You're really too close to WRMI's antennas. And there's a lot of stuff from WRMI that you probably are missing out because you're in that skip zone. Yeah, there's a lot of that on WRMI. There's a lot of programs that have news and stuff. You're a program listener, and that's the biggest problem with shortwave today is what is the most problematic, in North America particularly, because in Europe and in Africa, you got a lot of stuff like that. But in North America, that is the most problematic thing, is getting news and information. I mean, there's WRMI has added a wonderful 1 hour of Radio Polonia with news and views of Poland, and then there's another 30 minutes of Polish programming. It was super interesting. There's all sorts of things like that. They've added a lot of the World Radio Network that they're broadcasting in, but I'm pretty sure a lot of it must be actually going over you because you're too close to the transmitter site of WRMI. Bob from Wick, nice to have you here. Scoutology, I was able to pick up the SSTV signal on October 25th for Wolverine Radio after your stream ended. I used RX SSTV to decode the signal. For my first time decoding SSTV image was pretty much clear. Cool. Cool. It's alright, old radios. It happens. There are days where we're a little sleepy. I spent the day yesterday with doing caregiving duties at hospitals, doing tests here and there. And I got back home yesterday around 7 p.m. and I just almost collapsed in the bed, and it's just like I slept for an hour before I woke up at 8 p.m. and I was like, oh, wow, I was tired of my day. It happens. These are things that happened. Scoutology, me too. I'm sleep deprived, but I'm staying up until nighttime so I don't screw up my time cycle. I have a very different cycle from a lot of people because I work from home, I make YouTube videos, and so I don't have any obligation of getting up in the morning. And honestly, my biggest problem through all of my life, was always having to get up early to go to work. That was more of a problem than actually working. And so when I got the opportunity to get up at the time I want, oh man, for me that was heaven. And so my schedule now is like, I'd say I wake up at 10:30 in the morning, and I will go to bed at 2 a.m. Around 2 a.m. usually. And that's pretty much my cycle now. Of a day for me is that. So it's not the same as general people that often wake up in the morning early. Seabass says newbie here, almost ready to take my tech exam. Cool. Very excited to get on the air soon and to go for my general so I can make some long distance contacts. What's the farthest DX you've made? So if you're talking about general amateur radio contacts, I'm in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. I've talked to Australia. I've talked to Asia. In the contest last week, Japan. I've talked to Mongolia. I mean, no limit. I've talked to I've had a contact 2 weeks ago, which was so cool, with the Neumayer 3 Antarctic base station from Germany in the Antarctic. It was so cool. They have a scientific base there, and I made a contact with them. That was 13,800 kilometers. And when I made contact with Australia, it was like almost 18,000. New Zealand, made contact with New Zealand. It's like, I mean, the world's at your fingertips if you just... And my setup is very, very basic. I mean, I don't have a fancy setup here for ham radio. All I have is a radio with 100 watts output. And the radio's fancy. It's a Yaesu FTDX10. But the antenna is one of the simplest antennas you can have. It's a half-wave end-fed antenna, which is technically a piece of wire in my backyard with a balun to match the radio and the wire antenna. And I mean, with 100 watts, I made the world. I'm at 7,000 or 8,000 contacts made, a lot of them in FT8. And a lot of them in SSB voice. So the world is at your fingertips. Arthur Wolfram began using my PL330 and R9700DX on a 100-foot long wire antenna. No overload and amazing improvement in reception versus my 25-foot antenna. That's cool. I just found an article in German about Deutsche Welle. It seems that last remaining program in Arabic will cease on December 31st. Yeah, that's what it says. It's pretty much the end of the year. I mean, what they have left is like nothing compared to what they used to be. So, Rob from Wickham and Night Owl too. I actually control myself because when I get to 2 a.m., most of the time I'm not really that tired. So, like last night, I decided to sit down on my ham gear, and propagation was bad. But still, I thought, deal with it and go around and see what's out there and go to different bands. I actually did an experiment, which was a lot of fun. It was 2 in the morning, which is 9 hours UTC. 7 hours UTC, sorry. 7 hours UTC. And it's the middle of the night. And I decided, you know what? I should call CQ everywhere from 6 meters and go down to 40 meters, which is the lowest band I can do. And see on PSK Reporter, is there any stations that see my signal? Because I knew that the higher frequencies were dead. But it was kind of cool to... Let's experiment. And that's where I learned something cool. On 6 meters, 50 megahertz, I was actually being received by a station in the northeast of Montreal at like almost 100 kilometers away. There's an SDR there that spotted my CQ And I was like, wow, that far on the east side, some VE2 SDR heard me. Okay, in the northeast of Montreal. And then I went down and down and down and looked at, oh, okay, and I was surprised on, I think it was on 17 meters. There were a couple of stations picking me up around Ohio. And I was like, look at that. There's some kind of weird opening on that frequency range in that vicinity. But there were no hams around. The band was totally dead. People thought that this band is completely dead. But yet those stations were reporting, oh yeah, I'm hearing your signal. So it was there. Sometimes it's experimenting that's kind of fun. And that was part of it. Yesterday I was like, okay, let's experiment. And especially when there's auroras or capabilities of auroras, what is interesting with that is on higher frequencies, you can sometimes have a 6 meter or a 10 meter opening via some kind of auroral activity. So I thought, it kind of worth it. Let's try it just for the fun of it. And this is part of what amateur radio is all about also, as simple as that. And Seabass, good luck in your exam. I hope you get your ham license, and maybe we'll have a contact. Victor Echo 2 Zulu Zulu India. Sweatcat takes me 5 minutes to set up my gear. Kev Michael 73, take care, my friend. Tostanov, I always think of that movie, The Thing. Oh, I love that movie. This is one of my favorite movies in Antarctica. Yeah. Doug Noble, heard Irish radio on the other morning on 9395 frequency. So yeah, there's all sorts of programmings on WRMI. It's interesting to go and look at the schedule. David in Barcelona, fellow night owl and very early morning DXer here. I enjoy seeing what's on the bands when everybody's around is in deep sleep. Skidology, I feel you, Jill, ever since I graduated high school 3 years ago. I always try to sleep in until the afternoon. I'm autistic and I have issues controlling my mental health, so a job won't do. It's difficult to deal. I mean, it probably has some. I always thought it's funny because when I look around, all my friends and family, I always thought I must have some kind of weird problem with that. Why is it that it's so tough to get up in the morning for me? And is it physical? Is it medical? I've never gone into, checking out why it's like that. I'm sure there's a doctor somewhere that would be like, oh, you are a great subject. I want to see why. And we're going to try to find out why it's so tough for you to get up in the morning. But sometimes I think it's not the getting up in the morning. I think sometimes in my head it's it's more of the psychology of I have to get up in the morning rather than getting up in the morning. When I was younger, in my teenage year, what was tough for me in school, it was that, getting up to go to school. But honestly, in the summer vacations, I'd get up at 5 a.m. to do some DXing. So sometimes it's like, well, is it because I'm forced to do it that my brain says you shouldn't do it because you're being forced to do something you don't want? I don't know. It's weird. It's so weird. But anyways, now I can do what I want, so I'm okay. That's one thing, though, I'm happy. Bob from Wick says he got pills that knock me out at 2 a.m. I am one of those lucky guys that I just go into bed, and I tell you, in less than 10 minutes, I'm asleep. There would be an atomic bomb outside, and I would not wake up. Yeah, it's kind of a different thing, Tosunlov. Aurora is kind of like Spartachy, but in a different way. It activates different layers of the ionosphere, and sometimes creates paths that are kind of interesting. And what's interesting with Aurora is also that it goes very high. You can technically do some very weird, interesting contacts through a very strong geomagnetic storm via VHF or UHF. I've seen people make contact like from North America to Russia or Europe on 2 meters in a very strong geomagnetic storm. But these guys have fancy equipment and very directional antennas. So, you know. CMS, thanks. Yeah, that's encouraging to hear about antennas, as my main concern for HF would be their complexity size. Very excited to try contacting those remote research bases, islands. Well, cool, and congrats, and I'm sure you're going to go get it. Bob from Wick, slightly off topic. You may like this. I made a web app that tracks the ISS and displays the weather of wherever it is over. Oh, this is so interesting. That's kind of cool. Hank Aviva, for me, it's tough to get up in the morning, mostly because I go to sleep late. That also doesn't help. That also doesn't help, definitely. All right, Tristan, have some fun. Richard Califano, I was up early on Sunday to hear Radio Australia Mailbag. I would get up in the morning back in the day when there's a lot of shortwave stations, because there are a few stations I wanted to hear in the morning that I would not hear other times of day, and that would make me want to get up. And the funniest story about that, my brother in the summer would always go golfing, and to get to the golf course, he would have to be at a golf course at like 6 a.m. or something for the start. So he'd leave home at 4:30 a.m. ish, and I would always tell him, I said, okay, you know, before you leave, wake me up so that I can go on the radio and listen to stuff. And one time, he took a glass of water and slowly was pouring it on my face in bed while, to wake me up. And the funniest thing is when I finally woke up, like all surprised and all wet, I told him, I said, wow, I was actually dreaming I was taking a shower. It was like just so funny. Skidology, and I'm trying to get my disability so I can at least have some income. And since I'll still be living with my parents, I have some spending money. Yeah, that's not always easy. And, hang in there and, take your time and try to do the best. It's not always easy when somebody has a disability and it makes life tough for them. So hang in there, and it's also not easy to share these things with a lot of people. I guess you feel pretty much comfortable with us now, sharing this, and thank you for sharing this. It means that we've made you comfortable enough, and here you're always welcome. And we don't judge people. We don't, here it's the best place. I say it all the time, the best place. So hang in there. Dusseldorf, reflecting from a moving, waving, or chaotic aurora can distort signals strangely. Yep. Other times it's calmer. Yeah, it depends. That's why there's a lot of there's things like Whisper and some of the stuff is like using really short. There are stuff using FT8, like even on 2 meters. Sometimes they'll do on FT8 because FT8, because of its weak signal capability and the fact that even if it's a little distorted, it still works. A lot of stations will try FT8 for that. So. Richard, California, Radio Canada had a show called Radio Idents and Interval Signals. It reminds me of HTJB making those contests where we had. I have to find it. I have a certificate here of a score of interval signal identification from HTJB, which dates from the 80s. There's so much fun things to do back then. There's so many stations doing amazing things to keep us there. Somebody's reporting a thing called Radio Tropica de la Resistencia on 5969.77. What is that? In the pirate activity. Okay, 5969. So here on that frequency, I don't really hear anything. I do get WRMI 5950 with a very strong signal with some music. Some 80s music on 5950. So I don't know if everybody wants to try that. I got nothing here on that frequency, 5970. But there's a report of Radio Tropica de la Resistencia, 5970, or just below. Interesting. Schedology, cool. That's the best way to handle it. That's the best way to handle it. To be open about it. So, pretty cool. 5950 has some 80s music. Right now it's Mike and the Mechanics with All You Need Is a Miracle or something like that. So there's some music show going on at 5950. Coming in quite well. So hey guys, I will be saying goodbye for the night. We've been on for 4 hours and 30 minutes. And it's always nice to have you here. So, Matt says, I wonder if that's a Latin American pirate god posted in the wrong section. Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, it seems no Wolverine tonight, Jean Arash. So I need to go and edit the International Radio Report, also eat something, and also take it easy. Tomorrow is apparently going to be snow day here. So, about 5 inches of snow falling in Montreal. So thanks everybody for being here. Thanks to all of you that donated. Thank you so much for being great people. Always amazing people. And we're going to see each other next week, 20 hours UTC, once again, on this live show. And thanks for being here, guys. Always, always fun. Stay safe. Love you all. All right? And take care, guys. So see you next week, 20 hours UTC.